2:01. I'm going to call it to order. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present, thank you.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Here, present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
And Cheryl Roybal.
I'm here. Thank you.
We have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we have a quorum, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to item number C and D, and also E. And C is the Pledge of Allegiance. D is the State Pledge, and I'll lead both of those. And E is the moment of reflection. And we'll have from Public Works, Miss Barbara Herrera. If we can all rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you, and if we could remain standing for the moment of reflection.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'd also like to ask for another moment of silence for Randy Roybal. He was called home on April 6, 2021. Randy was, very open-hearted with his time and listening, and just his time, he'd help people with just about anything they needed help with. He was also a youth leader at the Lighthouse in Chimayo, and even played a little bit of semi-pro football for a couple of years for the New Mexico Hornets. But he did pass away April 6th, so I'd like to ask for a moment of silence. And he was my younger brother. Commissioner Hansen, did you have somebody you wanted to recognize also?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very sorry for your loss of your younger brother. I also wanted to mention that Reese Fullerton Jr., who was somebody who I had known for many, many, many years, also passed away recently, and I wanted to hold that thought in our prayer. And then Mark Basham, who was a former probate judge for the county and an attorney, passed away also recently. And I hope that we could have a moment of silence for both of those gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, also this is
Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Go ahead.
my condolences to you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry about that. Reese Fulton, gentleman that for this community. What he did, Mountain Center Board, so on and so forth, and as well as Mark Basson. Mark Basson was our probate judge, an attorney. His wife was for Bruce King, and she was the personnel director under Bruce King. But that's moment of silence for all of them mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Garcia, also, you seem to be breaking up, and I really appreciate you saying those extra words about all of the people who passed. hopefully you can get a better connection. Thank you.
Thank you,
Well,
Commissioner Hanson.
Chair, thank you, Commissioner. I'm in an area where it's actually not good reception, and just wanted to bring that forward as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for the moment of silence. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item. And this is going to be item number F, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that we need to note, Manager Miller? Manager Miller, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, got it. Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have some amendments to the agenda. Under opening business 1G, we have some retirees, and we added one that didn't want us to make a big fuss, but we're gonna anyway. And that would be adding Vicente Archuleta to the recognitions. Under the consent agenda, item 3C, that item is withdrawn. Also under items 4, miscellaneous action, item 4A was withdrawn, and 4B also needs to be withdrawn. Originally, the packet material was updated, but we need to withdraw that item. And then the next item that was changed, I think, is, oh, hold on. I think that might be it. I want to make sure I've got them all. Yeah, 4A, 4B, 1G, 3C. That's it. Those are the only changes to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, you may be muted.
Okay, so are there any other changes or requests from the board? If not, are there any, what's the motion? Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, I think Commissioner Hamilton had her hands up, so I'm gonna have her make the motion and you can second, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay,
Second.
and we have a second from, a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Garcia. I'm gonna go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson? You may be muted.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So our agenda is approved unanimously. Next, we're going to go on to the item number 1G. And of course, this is going to be bittersweetness, right? It's going to be bitter for the county, but it may be sweet for the retirees and possibly a little bit bitter as well sometimes. So I'm going to go to Manager Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We have a few people who have, they've either retired already or they have submitted their notification that they'll be retiring in the next month or so. And these are employees who have been with the county for a long time. So we wanted to make sure that one of them, well, actually two of them have probably spent their whole public service career at the county. But I wanted to make sure that we did recognize them. Two of them are from Public Works, and Gary Huron, the Public Works Director, sends his apologies for not being here today. I didn't want to interrupt during moments of silence, but he too had a loss in his family. So please keep him in your prayers. But he sends his regrets that he was unable to make it today to recognize 2 of his employees that are retiring. One of those is Robert Sandoval, better known to us as Ron Sandoval. And I don't know if, Daniel, you can open that PDF. I have a copy, but I'm just going to go ahead and read this, that Public Works would like to commend Ron Sandoval for his 17 plus years with Santa Fe County and would like to congratulate him on his retirement. Mr. Sandoval began his employment with Santa Fe County on September 2nd, 2003 as a project manager. And he was then promoted to project manager 2 and will be retiring as a project manager 3. Mr. Sandoval worked on many projects while employed at Santa Fe County. He was responsible for overseeing the following projects from start to finish: the Ken and Patty Adams Senior Center, the Youth Shelter and Family Services Administrative Building, the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, the Hondo number 2 fire station, and the Eastern Regional Fire Station, the Glorieta Fire Station number 2, the Max Cole Corridor Community Center, the Agua Fria Fire Training Tower, and numerous other projects. In addition to new construction, Mr. Sandoval also oversaw many facility upgrades and special projects. So I think we'd just like to recognize Ron, thank him for his service. He will be missed. He's if you haven't had the opportunity to work with Ron, he's really a pleasure to work with. And we wish him the best in his retirement. And congratulations, Ron.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And Ron, if you're here, would you like to address the commission, sir?
Mr. Chair, if I may, before Ron speaks,
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
just knowing Ron for many years, whenever our as a project manager, the guy, I was listening, as a guy that a little stubborn, however, he actually got things done. And one of the things before we hired Ron at the county as the project manager, he actually was very instrumental in getting all the way from Diego Street, all the way down in front of the Boys and Girls Club, and building a lot of stuff. May know. But Ron, anywhere from his documents to his turkeys to living up there in Poake, and Ron, when we worked at the DA's office, that was our office. Ron, you did a great job. You did an awesome job, and you moved projects. And I just want to congratulate you, Ron, because hang out with your granddaughter. What was 17 now, 18, and just want to tell you, Ron, great job, and we're gonna miss you because your job with project management. And thank you, Ron, for servicing the community, and appreciate you, Ron. Take care of your governments, granddaughter, your turkeys. Appreciate you working for Santa Fe County, Ron. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? Since we started with commissioners, I just want to go ahead and thank Ron for his 17 plus years of service to the county. And the projects that were done are just huge. These are huge projects that were accomplished, and things that we can provide better services to our constituents. And so we thank you for your service, sir. Ron, if you're here, would you like to address the commission?
Mr. Chair, I see Barbara and Ryan, and I can tell there's other people in the room. Is Ron with you guys?
No, no manager. We tried to get a hold of him, but I'm not sure if he was able to connect on the phone or not.
Okay. How about Alan? Is he with you guys?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Alan's here.
Okay. So Mr. Chair, I think that, because I believe Ron has actually already retired. So I think he's probably off enjoying himself. Well, let's hope.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully on a beach somewhere, huh? Okay. Commissioner Hansen, I thought I saw you, might have caught a glimpse of you picking up your hand. Did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just want to say congratulations to everyone on their retirement. Alan for his 35 years, Ron for his 17, and of course Vincent, but I will wait and say something later. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this
Manager
is
Miller?
Rudy.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Just really quick, Alan B. Hill. A guy that I met in 1994. This department, he was code enforcement, and he's done a lot of things for Santa Fe County. You know that, Alan? This is interesting. You know, whenever we had a 2-hour delay, and he lived in Glorieta. I don't know if he still lives in Glorieta. We had a 2-hour delay. Alan was still there at 7:30 in the morning. He used to work for Gil Chavez, the main director. Now, Alan, he's been in the county for probably longer than Ron Madrid, the ex-butters Ron Madrid. But Alan, congratulations, and I'm happy for you that what you need to do. It's kind of sad to lose knowledge. County, Alan, great job, and thank you for what you do for your services for the National Guard and all the other things you do, Alan. And I appreciate you. Thank you for what you do, and congratulations, Alan. Well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I think on the, let's get through Alan's and then Vicente's, and then we can make comments on at the end. That might be a little bit more efficient. Manager Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Alan is, I'm going to have to look into this, but it wouldn't surprise me if he is our longest serving employee, most certainly one of our most enthusiastic and longest continuous serving employee. Alan Vigil has been with Santa Fe County for 35 plus years. And Public Works want to congratulate him on his retirement. He began his employment with Santa Fe County on August 30th, 1985. And during Mr. Vigil's time with Santa Fe County, he worked in numerous positions. He was a field supervisor for traffic engineering, a code enforcement coordinator for solid waste, code enforcement for land use, and was also a deputy sheriff. Mr. Vigil retired effective March 31st as a work zone coordinator. And Alan's done an excellent job, as always taking pride in his work and always willing to assist when needed. And I have to say, he's also one of the most enthusiastic employees I've ever met. I always enjoy when I run into Alan over at Public Works, just super positive and optimistic. And we also enjoy the benefit of Alan being one of our caretakers on one of our county properties. So congratulations, Alan. Thank you so much. And we wish you the best in your retirement. I was like, no, you can't be retiring when I saw it. So I truly thought Alan would never retire. He'd outlast all of us. But congratulations, Alan, and thank you for all of your dedication to Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Alan, would you like to say a few words, sir?
I would just like to, first of all, thank God the Father, the Almighty, for the blessings He has bestowed upon me, and all the people that I've worked with, especially those ones that have died. The memories are always with me. But my service is to the public from God. He gives me what I need to carry on. And I thank all of you. Commissioner Garcia, it was a joy working with you at the Land Use Administration. Thank you. Thank all of you, and may God bless you. And I am going to enjoy my retirement, but I'm still working with these guys. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Alan.
want to say something, Commissioner Redwell.
Mr. Chairman,
absolutely.
if
Can
I
you
may,
announce? Somebody else had just
Sorry, Mr.
come
Chair.
on just a moment ago. Go ahead. Can you state your name? There was somebody
Yes,
else that asked to talk.
This is Richard Chang. I'm the road maintenance superintendent for Santa Fe County, and I've worked with Ellen for 24 plus years. We're losing a lot of knowledge, and somebody that I don't think will ever replace him with somebody as dedicated as Alan. Alan will come in weekends, nights, holidays. You know, I was always able to count on Alan, and I don't think we'll be able to fill his shoes. And I just wanted to thank him for everything he's done for the county.
Thank you, Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
this is Under Sheriff Johnson. I just want to say congratulations to Alan. I met Alan when I was a rookie back in the early 90s, and you know, couldn't have met a nicer, dedicated employee to Santa Fe County, and I just want to wish him the best and congratulations on your retirement. You deserve it. Enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Commissioner Garcia.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I spoke a little out of line earlier. As the undersheriff said, dedicated to the government, to Santa Fe County. Alan, great job. Awesome, and loyal, dedicated to Santa Fe County for so many years. Alan, you used to work for Gil Chavez. We all worked for Gil Chavez. He was the land use director, oh my God, in 1991, before the ex-mayor, Commissioner Javier, and that whole entire staff. But Alan, as the undersheriff said, and I will tell you this because the taxpayer says, you are dedicated and loyal to the taxpayer of Santa Fe County. And I remember the last time I saw you was when we had that big, huge flood in La Cienega about a year and a half ago. And great job, Alan. And you enjoy yourself, my friend. Have a great time, and appreciate your services to local government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, just state your name. Okay, hearing none, are there any other commissioners?
Chair Roybal, I would like to say one thing. This is Ryan Ward with Public Works.
Go ahead, Ryan.
On Alan's retirement, we were really grateful. I know everybody's that works around him, as the manager said, has seen his enthusiastic nature, and it really does speak volumes. But from Public Works standpoint, and I know from the county standpoint, this will be a huge void for us to fill. He was an integral part of our safety on projects. All the things that we do in Public Works, to some aspect, he's been involved with, and the safety of others. So that's something that will definitely be missed, and we really appreciate Alan's service.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Rudy once again. Thank you, Ryan, for that. Alan, you can relate to this. One time, I remember there was a huge snowstorm, and Gilbert Chavez, he used to be the zoning director, and Alan was from Pecos, Glorieta, and he was there at 7:30, and everybody else got there at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and Gil Chavez said, "How come we're not here yet?" He said, well, get up earlier next time. We're all like, oh, well, Gil, there's actually like a snowstorm out there. Get up earlier. But Alan, once again, thank you for your services for the government as well as the military and what you've done. Thank you, Alan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other commissioners? Okay, I also just want to thank Alan for his dedicated service. I mean, just all the statements that are said here today and everybody speaking on your behalf, you know, it's a real tribute and a true legacy of leadership. And I do also remember Alan when I used to work at the county, and he was with code enforcement, I believe, at the time. And 26 years ago, I think Mark Lujan was also in code enforcement at that time. But you know, it's just a real honor, and just it's a huge loss as far as institutional knowledge and everything you take with you. But you know, I just want to say congratulations, and you know, it's time to do what you want to do instead of what you have to do, I guess you'd say. But just enjoy your retirement, sir, and we're really fortunate to have had you as one of our employees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Manager Miller, if we can go to our last, Mr. Vicente Archuleta, and I know I've dealt with him quite a bit with land use, and what a great employee as well. Manager Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we weren't really able to do, this is very frustrating that, you know, we're doing all these things in not in person, and we had even thought it'd be nice to do some PowerPoint, show some of the work that these gentlemen have done over the years, including, you know, especially projects. And we said we could put up pictures of all the plats with all the red marks that Vicente has put on them, because he has reviewed thousands of plats for the county over his time with the county. But he was employed, Vicente Archuleta has been employed with Santa Fe County in growth management for 23 years. He was hired in May of 1998 to work at the permit desk, and approximately 2 years later, he moved into the development review section, handling land division cases, and then public hearing cases such as subdivisions, variances, and appeals. He worked his way up through the division to become the development review team leader in 2012, and he's held that position ever since. Vicente has assisted and trained other staff members and provided oversight of their work and provided them with direction and assistance in decision making. He also reviews large complex subdivision cases and various other land use cases that are presented at public hearings. Vicente has extensive knowledge of the platting and subdivision process, which we will miss greatly when he retires. He's been a major asset to the growth management department, building and development services division, and the entire county during his 23 years, and he will be greatly missed by all of us. I know many of you have worked with him, but it's bittersweet with all three of these gentlemen that we're very happy for their retirement, happy to see Vicente meet this milestone in his life, but very sad to see him leave as a member of our team. But congratulations, Vicente, and the management and all of your coworkers wish you the best of luck in your retirement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Catherine. And there again, what another great employee. I know Vicente is always led and had such a work ethic that is, you know, unbelievable. And so I know that I think his son moved right next to me, just a few houses down as well. So Vicente, congratulations, sir, and thank you for all your dedicated service. You know, altogether with all three retirees, we're losing over 70 years of institutional knowledge and just you know, experience. So it's something that, you know, we're happy, we're really happy and want to congratulate everybody, but we're definitely going to miss you all. Other commissioners, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Very, very well said. Vicente, the Archuleta family that lived in my district. I've went to school with his brother, and Vicente, you've always helped out the local community as into what you've done for the zoning department. And congratulations, Vicente. I consider talk about you all day long, but congratulations, and I appreciate what you did for the government. And but congratulations, I'm proud of you. Very, very, very well done. And we have about 3 more people that are probably going to leave the zoning department, but Vicente, you know that. Congratulations, Vicente. I'm happy and proud of you. And thank you for helping out the local community and everybody else. And appreciate the Archuleta family. Thank you, Vicente. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Other commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
Sorry, I got to learn to unmute myself preemptively there, but just wanted to congratulate these 3 gentlemen. I'm sorry I didn't get to know you at the county, but maybe I'll see you out fishing someday, and just wish them the best and thank them for their service to the county over all these many years. Thank you.
Commissioner Hansen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Vicente and Alan and Ron, for all of your dedication to Santa Fe County. I will miss not seeing your face around the land use department, Vicente. I am sure you will be happily retired. And along with Alan, I hope you don't get too shocked by not having to come into work every day after 35 years. But I'm sure you have plenty of plans to keep you entertained. And to Ron, thank you all for your work for the county and to the public. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Any other commissioners? Okay. Thank you, guys, and congratulations. Okay, so we're on our next agenda item now, and this is and I just want to say congratulations once again to all of our retirees, and thank you for the service that you've provided to our constituents. I'm going to move on to item number 2, and this is these are approval of meeting minutes. This is 2A, and this is the request approval of the March 9th, 2021 Santa Fe Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes. Are there any changes or updates? Commissioner Hansen, did you have anything?
Yes, I have changes to the minutes that I will get to the stenographer. And with that, I would like to move to approve with changes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen with some changes that she'll be submitting to the stenographer.
I'll second.
And we have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So the meeting minutes for March 9th, 2021 with some corrections has been approved. We're going to go on to item number 3, and this is the consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that commissioners would like to pull or have questions on or get some additional information? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. If there's no other colleagues move for approval.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia.
And I'll
Do I hear a
second.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So our consent agenda has been approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, may we have resolution numbers?
Yes, for item 3A, a resolution requesting an increase to the Law Enforcement Operations Fund. That's resolution 2021-033. And for item 3B, a resolution authorizing the disposition of fixed assets. That is resolution 2021-034.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And I just want to state for the record so that it's clear that the consent agenda was for 3A and 3B, as was stated earlier by Manager Miller. 3C was removed or withdrawn from this agenda. So we're going to go on to our next item, and this is item number 4, and these are miscellaneous action items. Of course, 4A was withdrawn, as was 4B. So we're going to go to 4C, and this is approval of amendment number 4 to agreement number 2017-0196 PW/KE between Santa Fe County and Iron Mountain, extending the term 1 additional year and increasing the compensation an additional $76,500 for a not to exceed contract sum of $361,500 exclusive of New Mexico GRT to provide record storage and management services. And secondly, to delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchase division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and then we will also have from our attorney's office, Ms. Rachel Brown, if there are any other questions. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We've entered into this agreement with Iron Mountain for record management and retainage and storage of all of our county documents since 2017 and prior to that as well. But this agreement we entered into as a result of a competitive sale proposal. And then what this amendment does, of course, as was mentioned and indicated by the chair, is it extends the term for an additional year. It adds and increases the compensation an additional $76,500. It also revises the pricing schedule, which was allowed in the original agreement for annual increases to the services provided by Iron Mountain. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions regarding the amendment and the agreement.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do we have any questions from the board?
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
hearing
this is
none.
Rudy. If
Go
there's no
ahead,
questions,
Commissioner
if there's no questions, move for approval.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're on our item number 5, and this is matters of public concern. Do we have anybody from the public? I believe, Tessa, how many people do we have from the public to speak on matters of public concern? 7?
Mr. Chair, I've not received any signups for public comment. However, I'll settle for public hearings.
Okay, so if you would like to address the commission, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. And if you're on the phone, you'll need to hit *6. Is that correct, Tessa?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you're on the phone, you can hit *6 to unmute yourself. And on the computer, of course, you just have to hit unmute. So if there's anybody from the public that would like to address the commission, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close item number 5, matters of public concern. And we're going to go on to item number 6, and these are matters from the county manager. And this is going to be 6A as a COVID-19 update, 6B miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, board. On our COVID updates, as you're probably aware, last week, Santa Fe County remained in the turquoise, allowing for continued opening of retail and restaurant establishments. In order for the county to remain in turquoise, we must continue to have a case rate of less than or equal to 8 cases per 100,000 and a positivity rate of less than or equal to 5%. And we have maintained that now. Additionally, since last Wednesday, they're no longer reporting, the Department of Health is no longer reporting positive cases on Saturdays and Sundays. So when you see a number like we saw of 17 or 18 yesterday, that is the accumulation of Saturday, Sunday, and Monday results. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, which then kept us at an average of about 6 per day for the last week. The percent of residents who have been partially vaccinated is 51.8%. The percent of residents fully vaccinated is 32.5%. And the percent of registered residents in Santa Fe County is 67.1%. Also, the county is partnering with Long-Term Services Department, Albertsons, and the town of Edgewood and others to host 2 more vaccination events. One is on April 14th and the other is on April 23rd. The April 14th event will be held in Edgewood, initially, I think it was going to feature the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, but it is going to actually feature the Moderna vaccination. And the second event will be held at Santa Fe at the Santa Fe County Fairgrounds, and that will feature 1,000 shots. The one in Edgewood will feature 500 shots, and then 28 days later, we'll have to schedule the second shot. CSD and fire staff will be manning the events, and the city of Santa Fe will be included on our April 23rd event. And the Santa Fe County vaccination van, which is our former mobile health van, will be present. And that has been, a lot of work has been done on that van to make it bright red and very responsive to be able to go out and provide vaccinations in rural areas as well. The public awareness campaign that we have for the pandemic, we've distributed 2,500 I got the shot stickers. So they're little round stickers that look very much like I voted. And so we're providing those at the vaccination sites. And a lot of people are excited to put those on. So I got the shot, and it shows a little syringe and needle for getting your vaccination. And we're printing more to be used by the city and Christus St. Vincent's and others at the vaccination locations. We're also distributing another rack card that features tips of what to do after you have been vaccinated that we'll be handing out. And materials in all of these public awareness campaigns are in English and in Spanish. Also, just some quick updates on Connect. To date, now we have 3,273 self-initiated assistance requests through our Connect hub, and 25,500 grocery boxes. 4,800 were delivered to homebound individuals, and our healthcare assistance program navigators assisted 21 new individuals last week and followed up with another 72. The American Rescue plan, as it's called, is our ARP, is what you might hear it referred to. We are continuing to meet with the city staff to work out details and how we could jointly go forward and support Connect and other services. We still don't have Treasury guidelines on the funding, so until we actually receive those, we won't really be able to establish what the parameters of the use of those funds are. But we continue to attend meetings, and for instance, we attended a meeting with Senator Lujan and White House, a member of the White House staff last week through New Mexico counties, trying to make sure that we have the most recent information that's being provided of what's in the rescue plan and what our residents will be able to access. I'll have more information on that later in the week when we have our budget study session. Also, our crisis center, the construction is complete and we're waiting final approval from the fire marshal. We're also working on the leases for that facility for New Mexico Solutions on the crisis side, and the we have some changes we need to make to the two leases that were on the board packet material. That's why they were withdrawn, but we hope to get that done in a timely fashion and get them back on a future agenda. So those are my COVID related updates. Also, just a note, I'm sure you've heard, but the CDC has and US FDA, Food and Drug Administration, are recommending that the United States pause the use of Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine due to 6 reported cases in the US of a rare and severe type of blood clot. The 6 reported cases were among more than 6.8 million doses that had been administered of the J&J vaccine, but in an abundance of caution, FDA recommended suspension of that. So like I said, that's what we were going to utilize for the 2-shot clinics, but the pharmacies are going to use Moderna. So that I checked with Martin earlier today to make sure we were still able to move forward with our clinics, and we are. That's all I have on COVID related issues. Did anybody have any questions on that before I go on to other miscellaneous updates?
Does any of the commissioners have questions? Looks like we're good to move on to the next one. Catherine, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a lot of other updates, but I did want to note for the board that the National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week, which would be our dispatchers, is April 11th through April 17th. So every year, the second week of April is dedicated to honoring the men and women who serve their communities as public safety telecommunicators. This was first conceived by Patricia Anderson of the Contra Costa County, California Sheriff's Office in 1981. This recognition was observed only at that agency for 3 years, and then members of the Virginia and North Carolina chapters of the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, or APCO, took note and became involved by the mid-1980s to make it a bigger recognition. And by the early 1990s, the National APCO organization convinced Congress of the need for a formal proclamation. Representative Edward J. Markey, a Democrat of Massachusetts, introduced what became House Joint Resolution 284 to create National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. According to congressional procedure, it was introduced twice more in 1993 and 1994, and then became permanent without the need for a yearly introduction. And so just a little history of how that came about, that this week is our dispatchers National Recognition Week, and we'd like to take the opportunity to honor and thank all of our local Santa Fe 911 operators for their hard work and dedication and continued service to the citizens of Santa Fe County. So thank you to our dispatchers.
Thank you, Manager Miller. And, I think a lot of times dispatchers are underappreciated, but they are the ones that get the ambulance, the police, or that you need for, they're basically our first, I guess, they're the first one that gets the call to coordinate what needs to happen, and a lot of times they're I think underappreciated, and people don't realize that it took somebody to dispatch authorities or fire, ambulance, whatever that you need, and a lot of times people forget that. So I just want to also thank our dispatchers for their hard work, because I know it's a very stressful job, long hours. So we all appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I'm gonna bring it up as well. Our dispatchers, thank you for what y'all do, because whenever you call, Commissioner Hamilton knows this, she's a firefighter. And whenever you call that dispatch office for whatever happens in our community, those individuals are the first ones that are dispatching individuals out there. So thank you for what y'all do. Totally. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Back to you, Manager Miller.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And then I only had one other update in that, and I don't know if Clerk Clark is going to bring this up under other elected officials items, but we were discussing the selection of the Congressional Election Canvas Board meeting. And Madam Clerk, I don't know if you want to talk about it or if you want to bring it up under your under matters from the clerk or other elected officials, but I know you were looking at June, combining it with our regular BCC day on June 8th.
Yes. Either way, I'm open to either discussion.
Go ahead. Since I brought it up, I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss it. That was all.
So I think what Manager Miller is talking about is we were hoping to be able to present the results of the canvass from June 1st election. We are required to present to the BCC and get approval. And there was some discussion about presenting it during our regular meeting, which would be June 8th, or very quickly afterward having a special meeting. And I think that was something that hasn't been approved, but was up for discussion.
Okay, thank you for that update. Go ahead, Manager Miller.
So, Mr. Chair, we'll just make sure that we work with the clerk and the board to make sure we get an sufficient time to do that. If we can do it on the date of June 8th, if we have to do it as a preliminary meeting or as part of the meeting, we'll make sure we coordinate that with the board and the clerk.
Great, thank you for thinking about that and making it as really effective and efficient. That was a great idea, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's all I have as far as miscellaneous updates. And then what I was going to do real quickly, I'm just going to give you the, I'll do E and F right now so that then you can go into the discussion with Hutchie Miller on the final legislative actions. But all I wanted to do to say about the FY22 budget prep, we're working to do, have some materials ready for discussion at the budget study session on Friday. I don't know that it will take the entire 3 hours that we have blocked out for it, but we definitely have we have time to discuss a lot of things. As I said earlier, one of our challenges is that we do not have federal guidance from the U.S. Treasury on the funding that we would be receiving directly. So all we know is that there are certain few things that cannot be used for. That is most definitely written in the legislation, in the act. That is, it can't be used to help shore up pension funds and make them more solvent, and it cannot be used for lobbying efforts. But I had attended a meeting with NACO officials that had essentially indicated that it would be available for those things that were similar to what the CARES Act funding was utilized for, which was public safety salaries, and then as well as community assistance, some broadband infrastructure and similar, and water, wastewater infrastructure. And we were able to use some for public safety salaries. We used some for business grants and PPE, COVID-related expenditures for safe work environments, as well as the Connect program and assistance, rental and housing assistance, and utility bills. Now, the current bill, though, has assistance for all of those things, and we are working to make sure as soon as that funding is available through any federal or state agency to push that information out. And so on Friday, we will have some information for all of you related to that, but I think it's doubtful that we'll have the specifics of what we can and cannot do in its entirety with the allocation that we'll receive directly out of that bill. It just hasn't come down from the federal government yet. But we will have plenty of discussion on what we're estimating and why we're estimating what we're estimating on the revenues, what we have in the way of requested expenditures, some discussion on fixed assets, compensation packages, healthcare, and then those priorities that came out of the strategic planning process, some recommendations. We will not have, what we won't have is an updated strategic plan to put in front of you. There was quite a bit of dialogue and a lot of note taking by the liaisons in all the breakout sessions. So what we are working to do is get that all compiled into one place and provide some summary information for the board, and then also provide another, probably another study session, but not in breakout groups, but really to kind of compile everything that came out of the 2 days that we met last week and show you the recommendations that came out of that process. And then put forward a revised strategic plan to the board, hopefully in a parallel process of the budget. A lot of the things that came out of this strategic planning were that we have some legwork to do before we actually put a lot of money into the budget for some of the initiatives. Let's just take affordable housing, for instance. We talked about how we need to do the affordable housing plan update and some of those things before we actually appropriate money to a particular type of project that we don't even have the ability to do because it's not in our affordable housing plan. So, but what also came out of it are some things that we can do, and we can put some focus of our budget and our human resources, our time, into moving things forward that are of high priority of the BCC. So I think you'll see that playing out as we do the budget study sessions as well. I don't think I have anything else. I don't have anything, any PowerPoint or anything like that to provide, because we'll have information on Friday relative to the budget and what that's stacking up like. I stand for any questions before we go to the legislative update from Hutchie in the chambers.
Okay, do commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, just a quick question. Manager Miller, could you remind us the dates of the budget study session? I think
Yes.
Olivia and I got a little confused about those.
So the first one is this Friday at, I can get my calendar to change for me. This Friday, the 16th, April 16th at 9 a.m. So we had from 9 to 12. But I don't think it will take 3 hours, but that's all up to how many questions the board has and whether we have all that information for you. But I just don't see it being at the moment. The slides that we've been working with Yvonne on are not, there's not that much material to last for 3 hours. Then the second one was on April 30th. And we have from 1 to 4.
Okay, thank you. I'll put those on my calendar now so that I'm able to be there.
You should have received an invite. If not, we'll forward that to you. We should have.
Well, I got an invite for the first one. I'm not sure I got one for the second one. That's where I was confused. But.
Okay.
Manager Miller, my brother's services will be on Friday from 8:30 to probably noonish, so I won't be able to attend.
Okay, Mr. Chair, and I'm sorry that that's a conflict. Maybe you and I could set up a time where we could go over the materials, so that you're brought up to date.
That'll be fine.
And then I think Commissioner
Another
Hansen
question
has
is,
a question.
okay, Commissioner Hansen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manager Miller, will we be going over and giving feedback about the strategic plan at the budget session?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, that was not on the agenda, but we could do that. I can't take any action on it because I haven't noticed it for that, but certainly if the board wants to provide any feedback, we were going to set up a separate meeting for the, I'm trying to keep the two separate. It's the strategic plan it helps us guide us for the budget recommendations, but it's not a budget document and it just gets a little confusing. So I've been trying to keep them separate, even though trying to get it updated because the board wanted it updated. And I thought it would be best to try to get it updated prior to the completion of the budget.
Okay, and then I just wanted to.
Okay.
See.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So I found the strategic planning session limiting. And I know that we're in this very difficult situation of having to do it online. And so I just, I was frustrated by it. And so I felt like a lot of things were not really able to be expressed, and everything was kind of rushed, and it was a little short compared to the last time. And of course, the last time we were able to do it in person, which made a tremendous amount of difference. And so I just, if it's supposed to inform the budget and we're left with what happened the last 2 days, that didn't really help me to make decisions about the budget because it was limiting. And so I hope that we will have a bigger discussion about the strategic planning and ways to approach it that would be more beneficial. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I just said that we weren't done. And I said we'd have another session. And I also indicated when we, before we even went into Fridays, that all of that was just getting information, just like we did the previous time when we did the strategic plan. It was basically like getting a bunch of information on a board. All of that needs to be compiled into one document, and not in a completed form for you to vote on, but to come back and have further discussion. So I don't consider us anywhere near done. I can't do it all before I'm statutorily required to get a budget in. It's just not possible. We're going to have 6 board meetings this month alone. And all I can do is the best that we're doing, and that is to try to get as much information from the board as to your priorities and show you where that's reflected in the budget. This budget doesn't have room for a lot of growth anyway. We're still in a contracted economic environment, so being able to fund a bunch of new initiatives is not likely to be all that feasible. Most of the rescue plan money is likely going to be needed in order to close the gap between revenues where they were in fiscal year 19 and 20 to where they were this year and 2022, unless we want to cut out programs we already have or staffing that we already have. So, because what I'm finding is that basically revenue estimates for where I think we'll end up are not sufficient to actually cover where we have been. So there's not a lot of room for major growth in the county budget, but certainly there is an ability to take what came out of those meetings and things that all of the commissioners said were priorities and shift some of our focus to moving forward in those areas. And I think that you'll see that comes out in the next strategic planning session, as well as ultimately in a new strategic plan. I'm not going to say every single thing that was brought up will be put into the strategic plan. It's not very strategic if it looks like that. But certainly, the other thing I want to point out is that the budget does not have capital projects. I want to remind the commission that we did the capital budget last July, and that's where we allocated funding from projects that was left over to projects that were short funded, where we redirected funding, where we budgeted capital outlay and other capital funds, as well as $20 million worth of general obligation. So we're not in a capital project budget mode, and we're not bringing forward, and we never do, our capital project budget at the same time that we do our operating budget. So so where there were requests in the strategic planning for capital projects, that's not going to pop up in the strategic plan or the budget anyway. It wouldn't. So if there were requests to have different centers or whatever, those are going to come up in our capital planning process. But we've already allocated all funds that were available for the next 2 years for capital projects. That's what was done last summer. So I hope that helps kind of sort where we are with the operating budget, the strategic plan, and the capital project process.
Did you have any other questions or comments, Commissioner Hanson?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller.
Okay, any other comments or questions? I did want to ask you, Manager Miller, you included the strategic plan updates, right? And so we're done with that item as well?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and that is that I don't have anything, a document completed where we have all of the comments that happened in the breakout sessions. That's our next piece, is all the notes and all the comments that were in the 5 breakout groups. We want to put all of those onto one bigger document that everybody can see what comments were made by everybody, and then work to start to sort through what the proposed amendments to the strategic plan would be. And we would need another strategic planning meeting with the board separate from the budget meetings. And we'll work to, as soon as we have that document, we'll share it with the whole board, but we'll also, what we'll need to do is then schedule another strategic planning meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller, and thank you for the great updates and all the information, and most definitely all the hard work. Thank you. We're going to go on to item number 6C. And this is the first session of the 55th Legislature potential action to express support for opposition to legislation that was passed and has been sent to the governor for final approval. We have Mr. Hutchie Miller, and I have to say, Mr. Miller, I like your virtual background, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. I was in the building last week and I got this picture and I thought it'd be good to use.
Mr. Chair, really quick, if I may. How come Hutch gets to sit in that chambers and we can't even sit in the chambers? I'm a little bit jealous about
Special
that.
privileges.
I guess I'm a little jealous about it, but it looks good. And I was there today and it looks good, but just a little jealous, Hutch.
You'll be here soon. So I was looking at board docs and it doesn't appear that the different reports are on there, but I don't think that that's a problem. It's not too complicated. Oh, there's the special session report, but the first one I was going to go over is titled on the top 4/13/21 Santa Fe County Legislative Report. And then next I was going to go over the House Bill 285 capital outlay projects. And then lastly, it would be the report titled 4/13/21 Santa Fe County Legislative Report Special Session. So up now on the screen is the first report that I'm going to go over. And it's not much change since when we reported last. When we reported last, we were letting you know of the different items that had cleared both houses in the legislature and were on their way to the governor to be signed. And subsequently, since then, I had provided the commission updates via email. And last week, most of the items which the commission was supporting had already received signature, and those are still here. And the way that they're listed on the next pages from page 2 through page 18, pages 2 through page 18, is that they're listed there not numerical, not in numerical order, but in the order that they were signed into law. So the ones that the commission had supported with resolutions did pass, and they were signed, and I'm just going to list them, and if there was any particular questions, you can let me know. And those were House Bill 15, Sustainable Building Tax Credit, House Bill 51, Environmental Database Act, House Bill 57, Prescribed Burning Act, House Bill 89, Healthy Soil Tax Refund Contribution Option, House Bill 245, Utility Distribution System Hardening, House Bill 291, Tax Changes, Senate Bill 8, which is eliminates no stricter than Fed's rule for air hazardous waste. Senate Bill 27, Preservation of Housing. Senate Bill 32, Wildlife Conservation and Public Safety Act. Senate Bill 84, Community Solar Act. Senate Bill 112, Sustainable Economy Task Force. And Senate Bill 121, which is the state transportation bonds. And on the final pages of that particular report, on pages 19 are the bills that were vetoed. There's 12 different items there. And on page 20 is the start of the list of the items which are pocket vetoed, which just means that the governor didn't take any action. Therefore, they just were failed to be authorized because no action was taken. And those are 6 different items, and those are on page 20 and 21. So, like I had mentioned, there was no other changes there than from when we last reported, other than they have been signed, they've been chaptered, and they're in law now. So if there's any questions on this first particular report, I can take them now.
Okay. Are there any questions from commissioners?
So Hutch, her time is expired, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, that's correct. For the 60-day session, the time ran out on Friday the 9th for her to act on any legislation.
Thank you, that's what I thought. Okay.
Okay. I can't see you, Commissioner Garcia, so I'm going to go to you real quick to make sure I don't miss you.
I'm okay, Commissioner. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Chair, the second item was I was going to go over the House Bill 285 items. That's the capital outlay projects. I also sent an update to the commission last week, inform you that this bill was signed and that none of the Santa Fe County managed projects did receive a veto. So all the items there that are requested and going to be managed by Santa Fe County have remained intact. And there were some within the county, but there was one state museum and several tribal government projects, but nothing, once again, that is a Santa Fe County managed project. So everything is within intact there. Just one particular point to make is that projects that are funded through general fund can receive the funding sooner than if they're from the severance tax bonds, because those are tied to the sale of bonds, and that happens later in the year. So it's usually around the fall that the county would get agreements for those particular projects. And we would be able to start utilizing the funding for severance tax bond projects. So just that particular note on the capital outlay projects. And finally, I'd like to go to the last report that was provided to you, and that's the one titled 4/13/21 Santa Fe County Legislative Report Special Session. And this concluded with the passage of the recreational cannabis bill being passed, and also included with that was the expungement of certain criminal records. And so House Bill 2 is the particular bill that contained the elements which legalize recreational cannabis use by adults. And within this report, I have the particular items listed in the bill that this piece of legislation allows. And some of the key elements are that the legalization is for adults 21 and older, and persons can have up to 2 ounces of cannabis. And as far as home cultivation, a person can have up to 6 mature plants, and that goes up to 12 mature plants per household. The actual large retail sales, like where a recreational cannabis selling store would not likely open up until next year, around April of 2022. And the elements related to home cultivation will take place sooner than the April 2022, excuse me. And also, as far as taxes, cannabis purchases will include a 12% excise tax on top of the state's regular 8% sales tax. And that excise tax will start increasing in the year 2025, and it would go up by 1% until the excise tax reaches 18%. As far as local options for counties and cities, local governments cannot ban cannabis businesses entirely. However, municipalities can use their local zoning authority to limit the number of retailers or their distance from schools, daycares, and other cannabis businesses. So some of the key points related to local governments in the special session House Bill 2. And briefly going over Senate Bill 2, the expungement bill. What the expungement bill does is stipulates that those with past convictions for offenses made under this act will be expunged, and it also applies to particular persons that may be currently incarcerated as well. So they may be eligible for dismissal of their sentence if they are currently incarcerated. And based upon the governor's comments yesterday, Monday, during the signing ceremony, she informed that there was potentially 150,000 New Mexico residents who are eligible for automatic expungement. And that was according to information from the Department of Public Safety. But she also noted that not everybody will be eligible for expungement, and they had to be Of the 150,000 cases, those have to be reviewed further. And as far as people incarcerated, the governor says that 100 people in state prisons are eligible for review and could be released early if they meet the expungement requirements. So that's the overview of the two bills related to cannabis legalization, which were passed and also signed into law just yesterday. And they're related to the special session. And so those are the three items that I had to report on related to legislative matters. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Miller. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Hughes?
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Hutchie for a very good report. It's very helpful to get all this information in one place. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Agree with you more, Commissioner Hughes. Great job, Hutchie. We really appreciate it, sir. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our next item, and item number D, and this is you as well. Is that correct, Hutchie? Or Mr. Miller?
That was actually covered. That's item D relates to the special session. So that was the report provided for the special session.
I thought so, but I thought I'd ask anyways. Okay. So thank you very much. And I have a request. We're going to move item number 7D to the beginning of matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. So I'm going to go to item 7D, and this is Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a proclamation on April 22nd, 2021 for Earth Day. It is really hard to believe that we have been in lockdown for an entire year and that we were not able to celebrate Earth Day last year. And I am so grateful that this year we have at least figured out how to make it a more COVID-safe event and get people out into the county to be able to participate. And I know that Jacqueline and county management or in the public works and sustainability staff are available to talk about some of the things that they are going to be doing. So at some point after I read the proclamation, I want them to be able to talk about some of the really important things that we're going to be able to do over the next 5 weeks, and planting trees. And so I have been celebrating Earth Day for over 50 years. And to me, it is clearly one of the most important days on the entire calendar. I think it is a sacred and holy day for us to remember how important the earth is, and that we need to remember that every day. That it is not just once a day, and especially as we are facing a climate emergency and facing so many environmental disasters, and people are suffering from the COVID, which is also part of the climate. So I'm going to read the proclamation and then say a few more words, and then I'm going to ask Public Works, Growth Management, and Sustainable staff to share some of the exciting things that we have planned for you during the Earth Day celebration over the next 5 weeks. So Santa Fe County proclaims April 22nd, 2021 is Earth Day, whereas the first Earth Day was celebrated on April 22nd, 1970 in the United States and commemorated annually to celebrate the beauty of our planet, recommit to the actions that promote a healthy environment, and to maintain a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. And whereas all people of this earth, no matter their race, gender, age, income, sexual orientation, or national origin, have the right to a healthy environment. And whereas humankind is facing tremendous global challenges affecting every community, including degradation of ecosystems, mass extinction of species, and global local climate changes. And whereas Santa Fe County and our citizens, organizations, and business have shown dedicated leadership on environmental concerns by addressing issues such as energy production and use, greenhouse gas emission reduction, transportation, water conservation, farmland conservation, urban forest and habitat protection, waste prevention, environmental equity, and whereas Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners approved resolution number 2020-22 on February 25th of 2020, which acknowledges April 22nd, 2020 as the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, and requests that the county staff carry out and cultivate climate action in celebration of this anniversary to include planting events in each county district. And whereas Santa Fe County 2020 Earth Day planting event was canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and staff have reconvened this year and are organizing the Earth Day 2021 Restore Our Earth planting event to include planting of drought-tolerant pollinator plants and native trees in each county district over 5 Saturdays, starting this Saturday, April 17th. And whereas we acknowledge that to meet the goals of Earth Day, to raise awareness, trigger positive actions to protect our environment, and help guide local decision-making, the board will provide leadership, employ the expertise and talents of our community, engage the hearts and minds of our citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 22nd of April 2021 as Earth Day. And with that, Mr. Chair, would you like a motion now, or would you like to have county staff talk about our plans for over the next 5
I think it would be good to have
weeks?
staff go ahead and speak, but I do want to come back to you for the motion.
Okay, thank you. So I do see that I believe Public Works is here, and I hope Jacqueline Bean, who I want to congratulate as our sustainability manager, I believe she's present.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, I am present. Thank you. I have a presentation. I don't know if it's available to share, but I can share the screen also.
That would be up to Daniel.
Jacqueline, I don't see it on board docs. If you're comfortable with sharing your screen, that's completely fine.
Just hit share first.
Yay.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, it has been indeed an exciting couple of months trying to pull all of this together. You know, we were very saddened when this was canceled last year, and we are looking at celebrating this year with the theme every year. There is a theme for Earth Day, and this year the theme is restoration. And so in keeping with what the plan was, last year. We have chosen 5 sites in each of the districts. Next slide, please. And the first site, the event is coming up this Saturday, April 17th, and we will be planting along the riverbed in the Tusuke Rio. And a lot of the plants that are going in here will really be fundamentally helpful for erosion control, and then also offer some really lovely wildlife habitat and pollinator-friendly plants. And as you can see, we have peach leaf willow trees going in, and golden currants, and blue false indigo, and chokecherry, and silver buffalo berry, and they're all recommended plants for this area, this riparian area. And we have plenty of volunteers coming, but we definitely could use some more. And so we encourage anyone who is listening in from the outside to register online on our sites for this event. And the next slide, please. For the next event, we're looking at April 24th, and that is at the Santa Fe River at San Isidro Crossing. And we will be focusing on both entrances to the trailheads. So in front of Romero Park, also at the Caja de Oro Grant Road, and then also the Santa Fe River San Isidro crossing site, and moving towards the center. We probably won't make it all the way. That's a mile-long stretch, but we have quite a bit planned for that area. And the Watershed Association is doing a great job at helping us to design and put in all of the right plants that need to be in this location. And that's also from 9 to 5. And again, registration for volunteers is welcome. And next slide, please. Thank you. The Hondo Fire Station, which is number 2 district, that is May 1st from 9 to 1, and that's a morning event. And we are looking at, it's already been cleaned up. It looks beautiful and ready to plant. And we'll be putting in Apache plume, peri agave, and some apricot trees. We thought it would be nice for the volunteers to have some edibles there. And so we won't be planting a whole lot, but it will be enough to spruce up the area and also provide some erosion control and some pollination there as well. And the next slide is Edgewood Senior Center. And I have to tell you, we're probably getting the most robust volunteer enthusiasm from this site. And that's because this is also, has already been a site that's been farmed, and there's an active gardening club there. And we're going to be putting in Apache plumes and peri agave, and also a grove of apricots. And the last site is Mexico. That's May 15th, and that's in El Dorado. And you know, at this site, one of the challenges, as well as Hondo, has been gophers. And so we do have a plan for gophers for those that are concerned about that. And we'll also be putting in pollinators and peri agave and apricot groves. And we had a lot of other plants that we wanted to add to the mix, but this was what we were able to get and what was available as far as native species were concerned, and then also just in the amount of time. And so we can always look at future possibilities and continue this project as we go. That's what we have so far. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Hanson, did you have somebody else that was going to speak as well?
I think that is, if there is nobody else from Public Works that wants to say anything, I wasn't sure. I knew Jacqueline was going to give a short presentation, and I want to thank her for all her hard work on organizing this event. She is a little understaffed. She needs another person in her division, but I'm sure that will happen soon enough. And I really want to thank Daniel for videotaping everybody and being so agreeable to going out and making this effort to engage in everybody's district, all the commissioners, of course, and all the liaisons, and of course my own liaison, Sarah, for all the work that she has done on this. And then I also want to thank the Santa Fe watershed, because they have been really an avid and active part of working with the Sustainability Division. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve the proclamation proclaiming April 22nd, 2021. And I'll wait for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And then I also need to ask all the commissioners to please, if you could go to the county building, 100 Catherine, and sign the proclamation possibly tomorrow. That would be really great. So we can get it out into the world. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. So we have a motion and a second. And I also want to thank Jacqueline for all of her hard work, and also Amber Abaca and all of the liaisons. They've done a great job, and as they do all the time. I mean, they're staff and our liaisons are the forefront of meeting with our constituents and working with them. And I can't thank them enough for all their hard work, because they do a really great job as the rest of all of our county staff does. So very proud of the organization on this day, on Earth Day. And I know it's been around since I was a year old, so I don't remember it quite then, but I do remember it in my teenage years. So I really appreciate it, and it's something that I'm glad to see is still going strong. So thank you for that, Commissioner Hansen.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do feel like it's really important, this is Jacqueline again, to state that there's no way any of this could have happened without all of the help that has miraculously just appeared. Everyone's really reached across departments and pulled together, and it kind of makes me weepy. You can probably hear it in my voice, but it's been really beautiful. So thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline, and you're absolutely right. And that's leadership quality, to recognize everybody else that's helped with this I guess endeavor that we've taken on and it's really come out great. So we do have a motion and a second, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen.
Enthusiastically, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, it appears he's still signed on, but he was having some connection issues earlier.
Okay, we'll come back to him. I'm sure that he'll want to vote in the affirmative with the rest of the commission. So when he comes back on, I'll confirm that. Thank you. So right now we do have 4 yeses, so this passes unanimously, or at least unanimously with the 4 commissioners that have voted here right now. So thank you, and thanks again, Commissioner Hansen, and all the hard work from the staff. So we're going to go back to item number 7A. And this is going to be commissioners' issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates for future presentations. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, thank you everybody for all your work. We've all had a number of very busy weeks. I think it's our last board meeting. On Monday, I was invited to a intergovernmental group through NACO, through the EELU, as part of the leadership on the 30 by 30 resolution that is being supported by the Biden administration. And then in the afternoon, the Mountain Pack held a webinar on the 30 by 30 and the basic principles. And the basic principles, there are 5: supporting local initiatives, work towards a more equitable and inclusive vision for nature conservancy, honor the sovereignty of tribal nations and indigenous communities, support private land conservation, and be guided by science. They were really good interaction at the NACO. We had game and fish, U.S. Game and Fish, and we had the USDA and the Department of Interior. And so it was a good group of people to listen to and how they're approaching the 30 by 30. I shared our resolution that Commissioner Hughes and I had brought forward, and the board supported unanimously. So I want to thank you for that. And it seems like we have been in meetings the last couple of weeks nonstop. I think there's also the IGLE Race to Zero that I am participating in, that we have been a member of for a number of years, who help us with our greenhouse gas emissions and figuring that out. So I myself and Jacqueline attended a meeting with IGLE, which is a national organization that works on helping staff and others to develop greenhouse gas reduction and other many other issues. And I also I want to thank everybody for recognizing Earth Day, but also I just wanted to recognize that today is my father's, would be 117 years old, and he was an immigrant from Denmark, and I just want to give him a shout out, because obviously I wouldn't be here without him. He was a World War II veteran, and he was my hero, and really inspiring man for living through the Great Depression, World War II, the Great Recession, and the falling of Wall Street, and many other things that he experienced in his life and in Denmark, and as a young child also. So I just wanted to mention him, and thank you for allowing me to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and happy birthday to your father. Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just really quickly wanted to thank the Public Works Department, and particularly Ryan Ward, for attending a meeting with some of the residents of the Serrata Loop area in District 5 to talk about the paving of their road. It had become a rather contentious issue, and I think by rather calmly explaining what was going to happen and what was going on, we managed to diffuse people's feelings, even though not everybody was happy about what was going on. Some people didn't want the road paved. Some people wanted the road paved. It's pretty obvious the road's going to be paved. But we were able to explain the process to people, and Ryan really helped with that. And also, I've heard that the crews working on the road have been very polite at answering people's questions and very helpful out there. So please pass my thanks on to them. I go over there about once a week to look at the progress. I haven't been over yet this week, but I'll go over and see how they're doing. But that's all for today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Sorry about that.
One of those
Hamilton?
H's, right?
Yeah. Commissioner Hamilton, I think you might be on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you call my name. No, I don't have anything today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. And just as an update, once again, we are doing the Earth Day community event. It's going to be a good experience, and looks like District 1 is up first, so we're doing ours this Saturday, I believe. And so it's going to be a good time. So I invite anybody that wants to come. I know we have some people that have volunteered and signed up already, but we want to see if we can get even more to come out. So thank you. Commissioner Garcia? Okay, once more, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 7B. And this is other elected officials' issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates or future presentations. I know we have our esteemed clerk, Miss Catherine Clark, and then I'll see if there's any other elected officials. Clerk Clark?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think
Did you
I'll
have
save
any
all my
other?
commentary for the item. That's the big looming issue, is the election.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Are there any other elected officials that would like to make comments today? I know I can see Treasurer Manzanares. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to move on to our next item, which is 7C. And this is a presentation on the upcoming special election for the vacant Congressional District 1 seat. And we have our esteemed county clerk, Ms. Catherine Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to update about the special election that's going to be happening June 1st. This is a very rapid get it together kind of election, and actually I just got approval for my polling places about 2 hours ago, so it's just under the wire kind of election that we're going to be conducting down in Edgewood. So next slide. So we have 5 precincts down in Congressional District 1, and they're all in Cedar Grove and Edgewood. So it's about 4,200 registered voters. Only about 3,200 people participated in the 2020 election. And our polling place, absentee, and early vote has all been designed to make it as easy as possible for those voters to vote. Next slide. So we have designated the Edgewood Administrative Building, which is in the 2019 County Commission proclamation. It is the polling place for those precincts. We are going to designate that a election administrative annex, and we're going to conduct the entire election out of that annex. I have a memoranda of understanding with the town of Edgewood. And so instead of having voting up here in the clerk's office, I've just gotten approval from the Secretary of State. We're going to conduct that early period of early absentee down at the Edgewood Municipal Building to make it as easy as possible for people to be able to vote. So we also wanted to make sure that ballot curing was at this location. So if people want to drop their ballot, there will be a drop box available. But also if they forget to sign, or for some reason the last 4 digits of their social security number doesn't match what's in our voter file, instead of having to drive all the way up to Santa Fe, they'll be able to have clerk staff during voting hours on hand to be able to cure their ballot. We also will be having same-day voter registration. That's something new in 2021 in statute. We don't know if we'll have election day same-day voter registration. We're waiting for a statewide committee to meet and decide whether or not we'll have election day. But my plan is to offer same-day voter registration at all times as long as the polls are open. Next slide. Okay, and so these are the times. So essentially, voting starts May 4th, and May 4th through May 15th, 8 to 5, we will be doing both same-day voter registration as well as what's called early absentee, but for the purposes of understanding, it's just early voting. Normally, during a bigger election with more precincts and more polling places, we'd call that expanded early voting between Saturday, May 15th and Saturday, May 29th, but Saturdays will be open noon to 8 p.m. I'm sorry, Saturdays 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday, noon to 8 p.m. And those are the exact same hours we normally run, so hopefully we'll have less confusion. Absentee ballots can be requested now and up until the 18th, and we don't expect a lot of absentee ballots, but if you do request an absentee ballot, make sure you request it before the 18th so we can get out to you in time. And feel free to drop it off at the Edgewood Municipal Building because there will be a drop box there for you. And that's all I had. Does anyone have any questions?
Do we have questions for Clerk Clark? I guess not. Thank you, Clerk Clark. I appreciate it, and thank you for the update. Great job.
So we're going to have all of that information on our website and a special notice of absentee and early voting just to cross our T's and dot the I's. But since the approval just came through, we're still working on that little proclamation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to item number 8.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
I apologize for bringing this up late, but I want to just recognize Hutch and thank him for all the work that he did at the legislative session, and also especially on the community solar, which is something that we have worked on for many, many years. And to get that passed was a huge accomplishment. And I'm sorry I didn't thank him earlier, but I want to thank him for all his hard work. So thank you, Hutchie. I appreciate you and your work and all the information you have shared with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And I think I couldn't agree with you more. Great job, Mr. Miller. We really appreciate all your hard work. Okay, so I don't believe that we have, is there any questions on any of the reports that we received that commissioners had any questions on, so that we can probably let staff go if we don't have any questions on reports, but just to thank you for those. But we are on item number 8, which is matters from our county attorney. I'm going to go to Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. For this evening's executive session, we'll be discussing bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning the following collective bargaining units: ASME 1413, ASME 1413M, IAFF Local 4366, NMCPSO RECC, and NMCPSO Deputy Sheriff's Association. And this will be pursuant to Section 10-15-1H5 NMSA 1978.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So can I get a motion to go into executive session for the items that have been summarized and described by our county attorney?
Mr. Chair, I so move.
Second.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Chair Roybal.
Yes.
And Chair Roybal. Oh, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Oh, no, absolutely. Go right ahead.
So we have.
I just
Go
see,
ahead, Commissioner.
I just see Hachi there, and I just wanted to say thank you to him now that he's on screen and recognize him again for his work. Thank you. Thank you,
And,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, there is a separate link that has been sent out for executive session, so you'll need to exit this meeting and join that separate meeting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and we're coming back out of executive session. Has Commissioner Garcia joined us yet, Tessa?
It does not appear as though he has just yet.
Okay, let's wait a few more minutes. Okay, I talked to Commissioner Garcia, and he's going to need a few more minutes, so if everybody can just be patient, we'll be starting here shortly.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
This is Daniel Fresquez. I just wanted to try to get some housekeeping out of the way. It looks like we have a few users that may have accidentally logged in twice, which will cause feedback when they try to speak. So I'm going to name those users that I see. M.I. Romero, if you can just check your applications to see if maybe you hit something twice. Randy Lawrence, looks like you're logged in twice somehow, and Jan Watson. So if you can please check your devices to see if two windows are open and close one of them. Thank you.
Thank you for noticing that, Daniel. I know it does provide issues sometimes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Can I get a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved. I move that we come out of executive session and that nothing was talked about other than what was on the agenda and what the county attorney motioned us to go into executive session for.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. I don't believe Commissioner Garcia is on yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we have four votes in the affirmative. So that is a majority. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and we'll go to our first. I'll go to our first case number, and it's case number 21-5060. Randy Lawrence, vacation of easement. Randy Lawrence applicant request of approval to vacate a platted 10-foot wide private drainage easement and create a new 10-foot wide private drainage easement on one lot totaling 2.197 acres. And from our, this is in Commission District 2, and we have Mr. Mike Romero, the case manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject lot was created on March the 19th, 1993 through the Las Campanas de Santa Fe Estates 3, Unit 1 and Unit 2 subdivision plat, as indicated in Plat Book 245, page 24 through 28. Lot 443 is vacant and is recognized as a legal lot of record. The applicant has submitted an application requesting to vacate a platted 10-foot wide private drainage easement that runs through the applicant's property, northwest from Clubhouse Drive to the southwest towards Windward Circle. Included in the applicant's request is to create a new 10-foot wide drainage easement that runs northwest from Clubhouse Drive to the southwest, running through the applicant's property. The applicant has stated, in trying to sell this lot last year, it was brought to my attention that the potential buyer, that the drainage easement running down the middle of the lot, as shown on the recorded plat, made the lot no longer desirable. I was unaware of this easement and hired Scott McGee, registered civil engineer, to evaluate the drainage, and he determined that the easement as shown was incorrect. The applicant and his engineer have both asserted that the drainage doesn't flow northwest to the southwest through the middle of the applicant's property, but it runs across the northern end of the lot, which is an existing arroyo that carries discharge from an existing culvert from Clubhouse Drive into an existing platted 40-foot drainage easement on the applicant's property. Staff has reviewed Mr. McGee's letter plus the aerial photographs of the lot and has verified that there are no signs of significant water flow in the drainage easement that is to be vacated. In addition, staff conducted a site visit and concurs that there is no significant flow that runs northwest from Clubhouse Drive to the southwest towards Windward Circle as described in the approved survey plat. Because of the natural water flow, the applicant is requesting to vacate a private 10-foot wide drainage easement and create a new 10-foot wide drainage easement on the lot to follow the existing natural water flow. The applicant's engineer states the interior easement covers an area that has insignificant flow, which will not impact neighboring properties. Staff reviewed the engineer's non-concentrated surface flow calculations and agrees with the data provided by Mr. McGee. The process for completely or partially vacating a final plat is set out in Section 5.11.2 of the Sustainable Land Development Code and NMSA 1978, Section 47-6-7. As described in the statute, a complete or partial vacation of the plat needs to have an acknowledgement statement by the landowner declaring the plat wholly or partially vacated. To be vacated, the Board of the County Commissioners must approve the acknowledgement statement, which is then recorded. The county clerk then marks the final plat vacated or partially vacated as appropriate. The applicant has signed an attached acknowledgement statement indicating a portion of the original plat will be vacated. Immediately following the recordation of this applicant's acknowledgement statement, the applicant will record a new plat dedicating the new drainage easement to replace the original dedicated drainage easement. Recommendation. Based upon staff's review of the aerial photographs, applicant's engineer's letter, calculation confirmation, and observations during the site visit, staff supports the vacation of the platted 10-foot wide private drainage easement and the creation of a new 10-foot wide private drainage easement on one lot totaling 2.197 acres, subject to the following conditions. May I enter these into the record?
Yes, you can, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, first of all, thank you for that description and presentation. If there's not any questions from the board, what's the pleasure of the board? I believe this is
We have
District
to
2.
take public comment.
Mr. Chair, I believe we have to take public comment.
That's correct. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This is a public hearing and it's an administrative adjudicatory matter, so it would be appropriate to hear from the applicant first at this time before going to the actual public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. So I'm going to go to Randy Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence, do you have any additional comments? Mr. Lawrence, you may have to unmute yourself. Mr. Fresquez, can you provide him some assistance?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lawrence, I sent a unmute request. So at the bottom of your screen, if you move your mouse towards the middle and you'll see some buttons.
There we go. Okay. I really have no comments to add. Mr. Romero spelled out exactly the case. It was, I think the original design had the culvert under Clubhouse Drive, perpendicular to Clubhouse Drive. It got installed diagonally, which changed the direction of the water flow, and that's why the natural drainage changed over 20 years.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. In addition, Tessa, I'm going to go to public comment. Do we have anybody that is signed up relative to this case number?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Chip Monday, the GM of Las Campanas.
Yes, Mr. Chair, do I need to be sworn in?
Yes, you do.
Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And your name and address for the record.
My name is Chip Monday. My address is 23 Avenida de Mercedes. I am also the general manager of Las Campanas Master Association.
Okay, Mr. Monday, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to extend the Master Association's support for this application. It was reviewed by our design review committee and supported consistently with the evidence that was presented already regarding that the existing drainage easement was in the wrong location, and it is this relocation would put it in the correct location. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. I'm going to go also to anybody else in the public. I believe Mr. Monday was the only one that had signed up before to actually speak on this item. But if you are in the public and you'd like to make comments relative to this item, please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. And also, if you're calling on the phone, you need to hit *6. Okay, so hearing that we do not have anybody else from the public that would like to speak to this item, I'm going to go to commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
District 2, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve the vacated a plat of 10-foot wide private drainage easement and create a new 10-foot wide private drainage easement on one lot totaling 2.197 acres.
Second.
Is there anything else from staff that we need to include in this motion?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, there was one condition that was being recommended.
Okay, so we include staff conditions?
Yes.
Okay, I include staff conditions.
My second does as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lucero. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Monday, and I think this is probably a good change to actually change the easement. So, and we appreciate you being here today, sir. You have a good evening. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number B. And this is case number 16-5280, Ashara Conceptual Plan Amendment, GE Richards Property LLC applicant, Santa Fe Global Partners, Arroyo Hondo de Santa Fe, Jenkins Gabbins Incorporated. Request conceptual plan approval to amend the previously approved OSHA or Oshara subdivision 735 dwelling units on 470.62 acres in order to reduce the estimated commercial square footage in future phases from 1,321,000 square feet to 303,330 square feet. Eliminate the employment center zone in phase 2, eliminate the institutional campus zone, increase the number of dwelling units to 855 from 735, reorganize the phasing plan from 6 phases to 5 to have 5 sub-phases in phase 2 to create a 9-phase development and to amend the proposed source of sewer services. The property is located in the Community College District within a planned development district east of Richards Avenue and south of Rabbit Road within Section 16, Township 16, Range 9 East. And this is in Commissioner District 4 and 5. And the case manager is Mr. Nathan Manzanares. Mr. Manzanares?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin on giving a brief history on this project, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on just a moment. I believe Commissioner Hansen would like to make a comment. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I want to state for the record, for full transparency, that from 2004 to 2009, I worked as a consultant for and that I do believe that I can make a fair and impartial decision on this hearing, but I wanted to state that for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen, for being transparent. Go ahead, Mr. Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. History. On April 30th, 2002, the EZ granted master plan approval for a mixed-use development formerly known as Oshara Ranch. The development consisted of 735 residential units and 1.7 million square feet of commercial space on 246 acres, which included open space, parks, plaza areas, which was to be developed in 6 phases. On October 28, 2004, the EZ granted a master plan amendment to the previously approved Oshara Ranch plan in order to change the original phasing granted for the project. On January 11, 2005, the Board of County Commissioners granted preliminary and final plat and development plan approval for phase 1 of the Oshara development, which consisted of 175 residential lots and mixed-use development lots on 65.31 acres. On October 26, 2017, the applicant presented a request for a conceptual plan amendment before the SLDC hearing officer. The decision of the hearing officer was to recommend approval of the applicant's request, as seen in Exhibit 7. On December 21st, 2017, the applicant also presented before the Santa Fe Planning Commission. The decision of the Planning Commission was to recommend approval of the applicant's proposed amendment, as well as to change Condition 12 to state the buffer between the Oshara Village Zone and the Arroyo Hondo West subdivision shall be a no-build area within the 200-foot required buffer. See Exhibit 9. On October 13th, 2020, after the Planning Commission hearing on December 21st, 2017, the applicant negotiated with Santa Fe County staff and came to terms for a utility line extension agreement, which was approved by the BCC on October 13th, 2020. See Exhibit 10. On January 13th, 2021, after a lengthy period of inactivity caused by delays in the Northeast Connector and Southeast Connector projects, the applicant resubmitted the application and requested to proceed forward with the amendments presented in 2017, which included amending the existing conceptual plan for Oshara on 470-acre area within the Santa Fe Community College Community District, the CCD. The first phase of the existing conceptual plan known as Oshara Village has already begun construction. The proposed conceptual plan amendment will change the location and types of CCDC zones, the amount of residential dwelling units, the commercial space allotment, and the phasing schedule for the remaining undeveloped portion of Oshara. Because the plan configuration is being modified, roads, trails, open space, acreage, and locations will be modified accordingly. Because the number, type, and distribution of dwellings is being modified, the affordable housing plan is also being modified accordingly. Staff has determined that based on the applicant finalizing the required line extension agreement, due to the delay in construction of the Northeast and Southeast connector, which is set to begin commencement in 2021, the applicant has shown that they have been working with and waiting on the county to start commencement of the Northeast and Southeast connector since the project was put on hold in 2017. Therefore, staff has determined that this case is well taken and the request for conceptual plan amendment should be presented to the board for consideration. Due to the proposal meeting the requirements set forth in Chapter 6, by the applicant providing updated and applicable studies, reports, and assessments, as well as satisfying the SLDC design standards referenced in Chapter 7, in addition to complying with the plan development and CCD zoning requirements in Chapter 8, and lastly, agreeing to comply with the affordable housing agreement set forth in Chapter 13. Staff recommends and determines that this case meets the requirements set forth in the SLDC for conceptual plan amendment and recommends approval of the subject request in accordance with the approval conditions imposed by the Planning Commission on December 21st, 2017, in addition to the updated approval conditions from staff as of April 13th, 2021. The updated approval conditions from staff as of April 13th, 2021 are based off the updated information provided by the applicant and reflect the changes from when the proposal was last heard on December 21st, 2017. All required approval conditions for the project are hereby set forth in the staff report as approval conditions 1 through 28, with a proposal to amend conditions 12 and 23. To conclude, on December 21st, 2017, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the applicant's request for conceptual plan amendment. In accordance with staff's original recommendations as stated in Exhibit 9, the Planning Commission proposed an amendment to Condition 12 to state, the buffer between the Oshara Village and the Arroyo Hondo West subdivision shall be a no-build area within the 200-foot buffer. Mr. Chair, may I enter the approval conditions 1 through 28 as stated in the staff report? With
Yes,
proposed
you may.
amendments, thank you, Mr. Chair. With proposed amendments to Condition 12 to be written verbatim as recommended and stated above by the Planning Commission during the 2017 meeting. Mr. Chair, may I also propose an amendment to Condition 23 to state an amendment to Appendix F, Map 3 of the SLDC will be required prior to the recordation of the proposed amended conceptual plan.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now stand for any questions at this time.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go to the applicant, Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Jenkins, may I swear you in, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give you the truth?
I do.
And please, your name and address.
Great. Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue, Suite 101, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin. I am here this evening on behalf of the applicant and request for the conceptual plan amendment for Oshara Village that Nathan just very clearly described. And I have a brief presentation, if I may be permitted to share my screen, and then we will be happy to stand for questions. But I would like to start, I would like to introduce Robert Gorlow with Santa Fe Global Partners, who will be the developer of the property. And he just had a couple of brief words he would like to share. Yeah, you just stand and then get out of the video.
Hello, I'm Bob Gorlow. I have lived in Santa Fe for many years and actually worked on the first phase of
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the applicant, Mr. Gorlow, should also be sworn in as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes.
Would you also state your name and address?
Bob Gorlow, 7485 Fairway Drive, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Thank you.
As I said, I've lived in Santa Fe for many years. I relocated to Florida to do some projects, but we've been working on this one for 8 years with the owner, and we've now come to the time when we look forward to the approval that will allow us to build some hopefully very nice homes for the community. I've worked with many people in the community, and we have a wonderful team led by Lauren Trick, led by Jennifer Jenkins, Tom Fitzgerald, and others. And Jennifer will introduce those folks to you. But I'm here available for any questions, and I wanted to make sure that this is hopefully the first day of an opportunity to work together on properties in Santa Fe and to work towards the sustainable and aspects of the community. We're completely committed to that going forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I am going to share my screen really quick. Okay. Get that out of the way. Okay, so as I mentioned previously, I'm here this evening on behalf of the property owner, GE Richards Property LLC, and then of course, Mr. Gorlow, who represents Santa Fe Global Partners, who will be the developer of the project. Also, Lauren Trick of Lauren Trick Architects is the planner and designer for the project. Sayer Engineering was involved in the utility layout. And we are also joined by Chris Grazier and Matthew McQueen from Grazier and McQueen. So this is the subject property. This is the master plan area for Oshara Village. You can see phase 1 here in the bottom left-hand corner, which is reaching on the residential side, reaching substantial completion, which is fantastic. Phase 1 really suffered quite a bit through the recession in terms of just their timing was somewhat unfortunate. But coming out of the recession, I think we've all seen a lot of activity and interestingly, a lot of affordable housing. Phase 1's actually exceeding their affordable housing requirement. There's been a lot of collaboration with some of our local nonprofit affordable housing providers, including HomeWise, the Housing Trust, as well as Habitat for Humanity. So that's been a really nice bonus. And this is on the west side of the project is Richards Avenue. We have I-25 to the north, and then of course to the south is the Santa Fe Community College. So zooming in a little bit, the balance of Oshara Village is comprised of 2 tracts totaling about 386 acres. And again, this is phase 1. So the application before you is only requesting to amend the master plan as it relates to these undeveloped tracts. So Nathan touched on this a little bit, but this is some of the background of Oshara that we all are familiar with and has been moving through a variety of processes over the years. And the entire master plan area for Oshara Village comprises over 470 acres within the Community College District. The master plan was originally approved in 2002 and amended in 2004. Overall, it includes 735 homes and over 1.3 million square feet of commercial space to be constructed in 5 phases. The plat for phase 1 was approved in 2004, and there have been some subsequent amendments to that plat just to reconfigure lot layouts and things of that nature. And then fast forward to 2017, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission recommended approval of this application that is before you this evening. And so what we did at that point is we hit the pause button in order to work very closely with Santa Fe County Utilities to resolve the water and the sewer, the design and how that was going to work, and executed actually a utility line extension agreement that this body approved last October. And so we got that approved, and so then we were able to pivot, kind of reactivate the application and bring the application before you this evening. So this is the Community College District zoning map. And this is our legend here. There are a lot of different kind of sub-districts within the Community College District with different types of zones, whether it be village zones, employment centers, media districts, institutional campuses, things of that nature that incorporate the entire district. And you can see Oshara here at kind of the north extent of the district adjacent to I-25. So as was stated and as is covered in your staff report, the main purpose of this amendment is to reduce the commercial square footage and increase the unit count and change some of those sub-district zoning designations within this area. And this is really a function of our current market conditions. I think that we all can agree that Santa Fe needs housing. So this is somewhat of a housing-centric plan, but also includes 300,000 square feet of mixed use and commercial type uses, because the Community College District is a mixed use zoning designation. And so that is really an important factor to the overall concept and approach behind the district. So we are obviously still honoring that. But as we can see, some of the commercial areas in phase one have not developed at the pace that had been hoped or desired. And so we're trying to make sure we're providing adequate commercial square footage to really create that vibrant, dynamic, walkable community that we all, are looking to establish in the Community College District, while not creating too much that the market cannot absorb. So what you see here on the left is zooming into the Community College District zoning map based upon the existing conditions for the conceptual plan. So over here on the east side of the project, you can see the blue area is designated as an institutional campus. And then the pink area is designated as an employment center. And then the yellow areas are village zones, which allow for residential as well as other types of mixed use. And again, based upon market conditions, we feel that it is important in order to move this project forward that we make some adjustments. So this is what we are proposing. So as you can see, we're really converting to a village zone and eliminating the employment center and institutional campus. And so we can, again, provide housing for the community while, again, allowing for a kind of a vibrant mix of uses in the community. So this is the phasing plan. You can see right here, here's phase one, which is the current Oshara community. And then we start at our northeast corner and kind of work our way clockwise through the property. So this would be phase two. Then we would cross the Arroyo Hondo and into phase three. And then we start moving west and kind of that area sandwiched between the existing Oshara community south of the Arroyo would be, phase four. And then back on the other side of the Arroyo and to complete phase five. So this kind of gives a better sense of how the transportation network is working within all of Oshara. What you can see here in blue, this is the proposed northeast connector, which is basically going to be an improvement to Rabbit Road that will continue along I-25 to Richards, creating a new intersection here as this would connect into Dinosaur Trail. And this is the southeast connector that will head all the way down to Avenida del Sur, south of the community college. And these roadways will be our access points into this community. As you probably saw in your staff report, this project cannot move forward. We cannot even move forward with our subdivision plat applications for our first phase until these, I believe it's until the project is the design is complete for these roadways. This is a significant county investment in the Community College District, which is the county's primary growth area. And these improvements are important as far as making sure that the roadway network can accommodate any increase in traffic. So zooming in on the program a little bit, As you can see here, we're proposing 855 dwelling units, which is a slight increase from around 750 dwelling units previously contemplated. We are reducing the commercial square footage down to 300,000 square feet. And of course, we are providing the minimum of 50% open space that is required in the Community College District Ordinance. So one of the key reasons that it took us a couple of years to finalize the utility line extension agreement with Santa Fe County is this project, the balance of Oshara Village, is going to fund and construct a 3-mile sewer line extension that is going to connect out to the county sewer infrastructure off of Highway 14. This is a significant public improvement that is being funded by this private developer that is a really key component to this primary growth area as far as the county's ability to provide services. As you are probably aware, we have there are 3 private wastewater treatment facilities currently in the Community College District. There is one in Oshara Village. There is one that serves Rancho Viejo, and there is another one that serves La Pradera. And these private systems is not really the most sustainable way to address our wastewater treatment needs. So with this significant improvement here, this is an opportunity for phase 1 to connect into this system and decommission their plant. This is also an opportunity for Pradera to do the same. And because long-term maintenance of these plants by these homeowners associations has proven to be problematic over time, and so this is a really important, significant expansion of the county's wastewater system. So I would like to speak to the buffer, and there is how do I make that little thing go away? I'm not quite sure. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So I'm going to walk you through how the Community College District Plan, the ordinance, and the SLDC, how they treat this Arroyo Hondo West buffer area. There had seemed to be some confusion as I was reviewing the previous record on this, and it's actually not confusing at all. So so this is from the Community College District zoning map, and you can see this area, this hatched area here is what is referred to as the Arroyo Hondo West buffer. And that is identified as a fringe zone. So as I mentioned previously, within the CCD, we have these variety of zones. We have village zones, employment centers, institutional, and we also have fringe zones. And there are different types of fringe zones. And if you'll notice here, this is an excerpt directly from the map. There's fringe zones that are certain types of hillsides and certain types of areas with certain types of vegetation. But one of the categories of fringe zones are buffer areas. And then they define them here. So you can see buffer area number 4 is this buffer area along the east side of Oshara Village. Okay, so that's a very important distinction, and we can come back to this map if that feels necessary. So prior to the Community College District Ordinance being adopted, there was a Community College District Plan. So when there are these types of planning efforts for any types of sub-district, the plan comes first. So basically, like with the SLDC, first there was the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, which was a significant planning effort, that then became codified by the Sustainable Land Development Code. So very similar with the Community College District. It started with a plan, and then it became the Community College District Ordinance, which was then kind of adopted wholesale and incorporated into the SLDC when the SLDC was adopted in 2016. So we start at the beginning. This is where the Community College District began, was with this plan. And the plan states and defines buffers as areas of open space or land use and density transition. So some buffers are open space, some buffers aren't. It depends on the buffer. And so it says our land use and density transition that separate or transition between existing residential neighborhoods and future village development areas. So we have a defined term of what a buffer is. So then we move forward into the Community College District Ordinance, as well as also incorporated into the SLDC. And there are some restrictions about how buffer areas can be developed. And it says they shall not be permitted to include new community centers, which is one of those sub-districts I referenced. And they are not permitted to have new neighborhood centers. Okay, so those are the only two zoning sub-districts that are prohibited within buffer areas. And you might recall, and I can even, if you look here, the blue institutional area that's on the current zoning map goes all the way to our east property boundary. It doesn't stop at the edge of the buffer. It goes all the way because institutional campuses are permissible uses within buffer areas. And lastly, there's one other restriction that says the density in buffer areas, residential density, is 1 dwelling per acre, or in the instance of clustered residential development, which is what this project is, clustered residential development is limited to 4 dwellings per acre. So that is the limit, that is the extent of the restrictions within the Arroyo Hondo West buffer. So these are the code sections that speak to the prohibition of new community centers and neighborhood centers, that they must be located outside of required buffer areas, which we are fully compliant with. And this speaks to that land use and density transition, which is completely appropriate to have a reasonable transition from existing neighborhoods into the village zones in the community college district. So as mentioned previously, buffer areas are defined as a fringe zone, and the fringe zone comes with its own dimensional standards. So all of the sub-districts have their own dimensional standards, whether it be how tall can the building be, what's the permissible density, what are the permissible uses, and what are the setbacks, and things of that nature. So in the fringe zone, as I mentioned, the density is 1 dwelling per acre. Unless you're a clustered project, it's 4 dwellings per acre. The maximum height is 20 feet. There's no minimum setback, and the maximum lot coverage is 50%. So this is the code framework and basis in which we're operating. These are the standards that were first started out being established in the Community College District Plan, and then were further refined as we moved into the Community College District Ordinance. So, so to recap that, so the Arroyo Hondo West buffer was never intended as a no-build area, but rather an area with use and density restrictions. In the staff report that went to the Planning Commission, staff recommended that that 200 feet, kind of the first 200 feet of the buffer, should be limited to 1 dwelling per acre. Then when the Planning Commission heard the case, there was a motion on the table to approve the conceptual plan amendment. Then there was a friendly amendment to require that instead of that 200 feet being limited to 1 dwelling per acre, that the 200 feet would be a no-build area. So since the motion was already on the floor and there was a friendly amendment, there was no opportunity for the applicant to ask questions, to present options. There was no discussion that was available to the applicant at that point because the public hearing was closed. However, we fully recognize the concern that was expressed by some of our most adjacent neighbors regarding, their, kind of development pattern as it relates to our proposed development pattern, and wanting to have some buffer against that, and which we completely understand and appreciate. So this is the plan as submitted. This would be phase 2 or our first phase moving forward. And if we were to create a 200-foot no build area here, that's a loss of 28 homes. And with the significant infrastructure improvements that this project is going to be responsible for, including 3 miles of public sewer line, in addition to the affordable housing that this project, 15% in accordance with the ordinance, will provide, and based upon the housing needs in this community. And we are required to have a minimum of 3.5 dwellings per acre. Right now we're at 3.6 dwellings per acre. And based upon the terrain, it's not like we can just take those 28 houses and plop them somewhere else easily. And so the 200-foot buffer is an incredible impact on this project, an incredible negative impact. And but we went back and we took a really hard look at what was possible here. And so what we would like to propose is a compromise between what staff originally proposed, which was 1 dwelling per acre within 200 feet, and then what the Planning Commission proposed, which was a 200-foot no-build area. As an alternative, what we would propose is a 100-foot open space no-build area along the east boundary. And these are our most adjacent neighbors to the east that we are working to ameliorate any perceived impact from this project. And within this 200 feet, so this red line here is the 200 feet, it is limited to 1 dwelling per acre. So we're accomplishing what staff originally requested, which was limit in this 200 feet, limit it to 1 dwelling per acre. And then we are offering a 100-foot no-build area. And based upon what I walked you through just previously, this goes so far above and beyond what the code and the plan requires or contemplated. And we feel that this is a fair and reasonable compromise. And so we would ask for the commission's support of this compromise, because we feel like this is honestly a win-win situation. We feel that this addresses the concerns that were previously expressed by the neighbors. And we also believe this honors what staff originally was seeking to achieve. And again, and this again is so far above and beyond what the code actually requires. And as you can see here, this home is 240 feet from our nearest home. And this home is closer to its neighbors than it is to us. So the impact of this is not going to be greater than the impact from their existing neighbors. And as you can see here with this residence here, they are 380 feet from the nearest residence. So again, we feel that this really accomplishes what was being requested as far as some additional buffer. So again, our proposal is a 100-foot no-build zone, 1 dwelling per acre in 200 feet. And then of course, as stated, there's no residences in Oshara that are going to be any closer to our neighbors than they are to each other. So with that, I thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Sorry about that. My space bar isn't working to unmute. Anyways, thank you very much for that presentation. This is a public meeting, so I'm going to go to the public. Is there anybody that signed up to speak on this item, Ms. Mascareñas?
No, Mr. Chair, there's not at this point.
No, okay, so I'm going to ask, is there anybody from the public that is here to speak in favor or in opposition of this case, 16-5280? If there is, Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record. And if you called in, you'll have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Once again, I'd like to ask, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this case?
Yes. Mr. Chair, it appears we have 3 raised hands at this point.
Okay. So can you take their names, Tessa, and then we will call on them individually? Okay, and since we have 3, I'm going to go ahead and allow 3 minutes.
Looks like we have 4 now.
Okay.
First up will be Roger Carson.
Hello?
Before we get started, excuse me, Mr. Carson, I just want to ask that we don't be repetitive on issues or concerns. If we can, state new concerns, and if everything that you have concerns with has already been stated, you can just say that you're either in support or opposition based off of these concerns. That would be great, appreciated, just so we can help expedite. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Hello, is that for me, Roger Carson?
Yes.
Roger.
Okay.
Mr. Carson, yes, Mr. Carson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
And would you state your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is Roger Carson. My address is 305 Pinos Verdes.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing. I am speaking in favor of this proposal. I am a 30-year resident of Santa Fe. I'm a real estate broker in town, and I am president of the Santa Fe Association of Realtors. And as a practicing real estate broker, I can tell you the demand for housing is absolutely unbelievable. And the type of demand we're seeing is in every section of the market. And what we're seeing is there's not enough diversity in our housing for people. And when you have such demand on housing, it displaces people. And so in traditional neighborhoods where, maybe it's more convenient for our workforce, those people are getting pushed out of their homes by out-of-state buyers that are just buying anything they can get and renovating it. So it's really a kind of almost a tragic time in our housing market because we just don't have enough. So this proposal here today really brings important housing to Santa Fe, and it also disperses the development that we're seeing on the southeast part of town and kind of moves some of the development to the southern part of town, where we can hopefully mitigate some of the development issues that arise from adding more housing. So I am speaking as a private citizen. I am speaking in favor of this proposal, and I think it's long overdue, and the quality of the planners and the work that's gone into it is really exceptional. So that's really all I have to say, and I will yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. We appreciate your statements. And also, I just want to, state for the record, just to remind everybody that these are public hearings, and just to remind everybody that you need to be sworn in and state your name and address for the record. Thank you again, Mr. Carson. Can we have our next speaker, Ms. Mascareñas?
Our next speaker is Peter Murphy.
Hello, my name is Peter Murphy. And
hello, Mr. Murphy. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you state your address, please?
My address is 50 O'Shara Boulevard.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So obviously I live in O'Shara Boulevard, and I have a live-work unit there. I'm also on all the boards in O'Shara Village, the mutual domestic, as well as the homeowner association boards. And we've discussed this project quite some time. And we have other board members who are on here as well. And so we support it. And some of the reasons for that are we are really looking forward to having the northeast and southwest connectors built. That'll reduce traffic, and it'll also reduce our road repair budgets inside our village and increase pedestrian safety. For the wastewater infrastructure, we really look forward to that as well. We'd like the county to take that over for us. We believe it has a positive environmental impact. So that's one of the things that this project would bring to us as well. And lastly, we have 12 commercial properties located in O'Shara Village. 6 of them are along Richards Road, Richards Ave, and the other 6 are actually on the east side of Willowback. Only one has been built, and that's been the Pantry Doses, which has done tremendously well. We believe that this project would allow some of the owners of the commercial properties to build based on the increase in other homes that homeowners would be able to travel through our village via bicycle or on foot. And I'll yield back the rest of my time to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. We appreciate your statements. Okay.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker will be Karen B. Hall.
Hello.
Hello. Ma'am, do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
I swear that my testimony will be the truth.
Would you please spell your last name?
My last name is Hall, H-A-L-L.
Okay, thanks.
I thought you were going to ask for my first name. That's usually the one. So my name is Karen Hall. I live in the Santiago subdivision at number 8 Calle Jacinta. I'm the secretary of the subdivision, and we have had a flurry of activity regarding this meeting. We have presented letters from almost all of our members, and we are worried about number one, the buffer zone, as we have attended, and I have attended the meeting since October 26, 2017, and heard that we were going to have 200 feet, but now maybe we're not. I appreciate Miss Jennifer's proposal, but I still, and we, 20 others, still would like more than 100 feet in the buffered zone. We also are worried about traffic and the noise from another area that is as close, as she said, as my closest neighbor. The lights, etc., that come from 855 houses. I can't even imagine it. We came here 20 years ago, my husband and I, and love this open area and the dark sky with 855 more houses. What is the sky going to look like? I ask myself. We would like to have a wall separating or to designate this new area and separating them from us, and planted with trees in the buffer zone. So it's not just a desert. Lighting, traffic, all these things are worrisome to us who have been here for about 35 years, actually. That is my opinion. And thank you for listening, commissioners. I'll sign off.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Hall. We were told that I believe we didn't originally have the total. There was 14 more names that were submitted for public comment on this item. Originally, when I gave the 3 minutes, I was under the assumption there was only 3 or 4. So the rest of the speakers, I'm going to have to limit to 2 minutes because we still have 2 other items that we have to go to. And then just there again, if we could, most of the speakers have been talking within 2 minutes as it is. So if we can just try not to be repetitive, and we'll go ahead and start with that other list. Tessa, if you can call our next speaker, and just another reminder that you need to state your name and address for the record and also be sworn in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Jane Mitchell. Jane Mitchell?
If you've called in, you'll need to hit *6 to unmute.
Ms. Mitchell, I've
Ms.
sent
Mitchell
you.
is present. We saw her before.
Yes, I've sent her an unmute request, but it doesn't look like she's unmuted.
Okay, we're hitting unmute. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners and staff. Why, we are lot number 16.
Miss Mitchell, excuse me. I need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
And Ms. Mitchell, would you also state your address for the record?
14 Calle Jacinta, and that's lot number 16.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why, our property, lot number 16, shares 430 feet with the boundary of Oshara. I believe you have a map in your packet, as well as the 20 letters from our subdivision. And the proposed housing within the buffer zone is very close to our property. And the idea that this can be built up to 20 feet, is of great concern. So we are asking that an 8-foot wall separate our property from Oshara. And we were, very pleased in 2018 when the commissioners voted in favor of retaining a completely clear 200-foot buffer zone. And this is a great concern to reduce this. The subdivision is 35 years old, well established, and we all moved here because of the big spaces and tranquility of our subdivision. And the idea that this would be that many density of 855 housing is totally different from our way of life, and it would certainly impact it.
22.
So there were 22 houses on our expanded subdivision, and Oshara is totally different. And there will be noise and the bright sky, and this is all of great concern to us. So we do urge that the commissioners retain our initial proposal of a buffer zone and retain our
Build a wall.
build a wall between us and keep our way of life. Thank you, commissioners, for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
For your comments.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Mark Brown.
Mr. Brown, if you can unmute and please be sworn in and provide your address also.
Mark Brown, 2912 Las Cruces Street, Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Mr. Brown, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll keep it very short. I am a property owner at Oshara Village and currently building my home. Mr. Murphy pretty much replicated my feelings. I am in favor. So I'm going to keep it short. And that's what I've got for you, but I am in favor of this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Can we have our next speaker, Tessa?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Beth Detweiler. I hope I said that correctly. I apologize if I didn't.
Yes, you said it correctly.
Ms. Detweiler, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
And would you state your address also?
It is 11 Craftsman Road in Oshara Village, Santa Fe County.
Thank you.
I know that other people will speak to how this development benefits Oshara Village in a number of ways. But I wanted to speak to something different, and that is that we recognize that we need neighbors. This pandemic has shown us convincingly that no man is an island. Even Superman didn't stay in his fortress of solitude forever. We need the support of our neighbors and neighboring communities to come together to celebrate and mourn, build and grow. Instead of fearing new neighbors as strangers, I want to share in their success. We all are lifted up when the community college district develops sustainably. I'd also like to say that I am hoping that you will not vote as the commissioners. I respectfully ask you not to reduce the number of homes that this builder needs to build to pay for extremely expensive infrastructure. And at the end of the day, when this development is completed, it's only fair that he have sold enough homes to repay his investors who fund that infrastructure and to have an income for himself. I'd like to ask you to do what is right and to be leaders, the leaders that your constituents have asked you to be. I respect and support you all so much, and I'm asking you to lead us forward into the 21st century by voting to approve this project as it is proposed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Detweiler.
Mr. Chair, next up would be Robert Detweiler.
Hello.
Mr.
Yes.
Detweiler, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
I'm speaking in favor of this project for all of the reasons that have been spoken to this evening. Regarding the dark sky, Oshara Village, where I live, has a dark sky ordinance. And there's a lot of light to the west of our community, over on Cerrillos Road South, but our community remains quite dark and it's very livable. I hope the new community will be just as livable. I'm on the board of the Oshara Mutual Domestic Wastewater Association, and our board is in favor of joining up with the county. Our wastewater treatment plant is 15 years old and is beginning to show the wear and tear that happens in such situations. A lot of parts need to be replaced every year. We've had to make replacements, and we think it's best to decommission that plant and go with the county. I would like to quote a letter that I received, copy that I received. It was sent to the county commissioners from one of our commercial property owners. This is from Michael Singley, Pantry Dose. As a business owner in Oshara Village, the improvements that are being proposed with the new subdivision are very appealing. Connecting to the county wastewater system would be valuable to our community. It would be a benefit to residential owners and commercial owners. And that's what allow for more commercial lots to be developed and tied into the county service. So I wanted to just say that Mr. Singley speaks for me and for a lot of the others in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Detweiler.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Lynn Keller.
Hi, my name is Lynn Keller.
Ms. Keller, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
All right, and your street address, please?
16 Willowback Road in Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Oshara, a fairly recent resident, and certainly everywhere that I've lived has watched a lot of growth happening. I primarily come from the West Coast, and that's the norm. And I love the concept of being able to grow in a really orderly, conscientious manner. One of our concerns, our being my neighbors and myself, is the sustainability of our wastewater plant. As several have said, it's getting a few miles under its belt, and our concern about the connectors is of utmost importance for the safety of our community and to move all these incoming people in our community. I am totally in support, as are many of our neighbors. We chit chat as we're walking around the neighborhood. And so I'm sincerely hoping that this will all be accepted and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Can we get our next speaker?
Kathy Bartlett. Kathy Bartlett. Just a reminder, if any of our speakers are calling in via telephone, you'll have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Kathy Bartlett. All right, Mr. Chair, if you'd like me to move on, if that's okay.
Go ahead. Let's go ahead and go to our next speaker, and then we can circle back around to Ms. Bartlett. Thank you.
Perfect. Susie Clef. Susie Clef, if you're calling in via phone, please hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Susie?
Yes. Are you
Hi.
calling? I'm Susie Keefe. I don't know whether I'm the right person.
Oh, Susie Keefe. Yes, I apologize.
Ms. Keith, may I swear you in, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Would you please spell your last name?
Kief.
And your street address, please?
38 Oshara Boulevard, Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Susie.
Okay. I am just a bit concerned about the commercial space being reduced. And one of the reasons I moved to Oshara Village was the prospect of, walk, the whole walk, live, work type community. And I see that being reduced to just another residential area, a subdivision. And I'm kind of disturbed by that. So that's one thing. The other thing that I was wondering is what is the price point of the homes that will be in the neighboring Oshara communities?
We can have that answer for you at the end if you'd like to finish your.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I did want to, make my comment about the commercial space because that was so important to me. I understand and I support the new sewer connection and the less reliance on the proprietary systems. So I'm happy about that, but I am concerned about the commercial. So just wanted to voice that.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you, Ms. Keefe. Do we have, can we answer that question for Ms. Keefe right away?
Yes, Chair Roybal, I'd be happy to answer the question regarding the price point of the homes.
Yes.
So, so there will be 15% affordable housing that will be provided in accordance with the with county regulations, but the market rate homes will be priced between $300,000 to probably around $600,000 will be the range, because there's a variety of housing types that are proposed.
What housing types will be there?
There will be detached housing, there will be attached housing, and primarily are what is proposed.
And some
And a little bit of multifamily as well.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Can we go on to our next speaker, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Our next speaker is Ed Greco. Ed Greco or Greco?
If I could interrupt, I've already been sworn in, but I did put on the list of people who had been hoping to be able to speak a number of names. So if somebody does not respond, they probably have decided to submit their support by email to Nathan Manzanares, which I know Ed and Larry did. And maybe one of the commissioners at
I'm
the
sorry,
end asked.
I'm having a lot. This is actually.
Thank you.
Did we get our next speaker, Tessa? I'm having some internet issues.
Absolutely. Our next speaker is Craig Snowden. Craig Snowden. Okay, our next speaker after that is Heather Nash. One more time, Heather Nash. If you're calling in via phone, please hit *6. All right, our next speaker will be Sarah Miller.
Yes, hi. Hold on. I live at 46 Oshara Boulevard.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say that basically that I do support the project. I live in one of the live workspaces on Oshara Boulevard as well. As like Peter Murphy had mentioned, he was on this. I would like to see more commercial, as Susie Keefe had said, but I totally think that we need this new development. We need the additional housing, and the extension to the sewer line is going to greatly enhance everything down in the south side of town, which really we need to have some more focus on. So I'll cut it real short, and that's all I wanted to say is I am in support of the entire project, although I would like to see more commercial.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Carly Neufeld. Carly Neufeld. All right. Patricia Neff. Patricia Neff. How about Ezra Leba? Ezra Leba. Michael Singley. Michael Singley. Dan O'Friel. Dan O'Friel. Okay. Aaron Borrego.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the time today. I just wanted to speak in support of this development.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Mr. Borrego, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes, I do.
And would you state your address, please?
27 Old Santa Fe Way.
Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to take a minute to speak in support of this development. I was born and raised in Santa Fe. My family's been here for a long time, and it's been I've seen it. It's detrimental to us locals to have to see everybody flocking to Rio Rancho and Albuquerque because of the cost of housing here. And I think I would implore all the counselors to just take in consideration the needs of many rather than the opposition of the few that might speak against this project just because of the severe lack of housing in Santa Fe right now and the exploding cost of housing. And yeah, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Borrego. Can we have our next speaker?
Mr. Chair, that was the last on our list. So if I may, I'll just run through those who weren't here the first time I called on them. Kathy Bartlett. Ed Greco or Greco. Craig Snowden. Heather Nash.
Hello.
Hi, is this Heather Nash?
No, this is Lisa Armijo. I was skipped over.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Miss Armijo.
Do you need to swear me in?
I do. Ms. Armijo, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes, I do.
And your street address, please?
12 Calle Jacinta.
Thank you.
I live in Santiago subdivision, and I am also adjacent to Mr. Richard's project. I'm on lot 17, next door to the Mitchells on lot 12. I do have a lot of concerns. My father's been here about 40 years. I've been here 34 years. And we are a very quiet country community, which we'd like to maintain. And we know this is going to be a dramatic difference for us when this project evolves. But I, too, with my neighbors, would like to concur about the 200-foot buffer zone. I'm very concerned about the increase of traffic on Rabbit Road. I'm concerned about a need for a firehouse. And I'd like to know where the water supply is coming from, being that we're in a drought. Well, everyone here in our subdivision is on wells. So I'm concerned that wherever you're pulling your water from may end up drowning us. Hello?
Was that it for your comments, Ms. Borrego?
My name's not Miss Borrego, it's Miss Armijo.
Oh, Miss Armijo, I'm sorry. Was that it, or did you have other comments?
Well, I have that comment, but I'd love to know where the water supply is coming from.
I know you had a
And the
question,
need-
but
Who can I get to answer these questions even outside of this meeting?
we can get with you individually, but I mean, we can probably tell you where they're tying in. I mean, Ms. Jenkins, do you have an answer relative to that question? But your time is running out. That's why I was asking if you had any other comments. Ms. Jenkins?
No, those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Roybal, Commissioners. We are connecting to the Santa Fe County water system. There is existing infrastructure serving Oshara Village Phase 1 that we will be connecting with.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can we get our next speaker?
Yes, just to conclude the list, Carly Neufeld, Patricia Neff, Ezra Labor, Michael Singley, Dan O'Friel. That completes our list, Mr. Chair.
Okay, once again, I'd just like to ask, is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak relative to this item? If you can unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to go to commissioners. I'm going to go to, I believe the commissioners of this district are Commissioner Hughes. I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a, excuse me. I've been sitting too long. I have a couple questions for Ms. Jenkins, just related to some of the concerns that were expressed. Could you respond to the idea of the 8-foot wall, the lighting, and the trees in the buffer zone? Have you thought of any of those, and how are you addressing those?
Thank you, Chair Roybal and Commissioner Hughes and Commissioners. So we absolutely, the open space buffer area adjacent on the east side will be vegetated. There are opportunities to preserve some existing vegetation and will be supplemented with trees. We want it to be a beautiful area as well. And lighting, Santa Fe County has very strict lighting ordinance. All exterior fixtures must be shielded and 100% shielded, full cutoff and downlit. So we will be in full compliance, and we are not proposing at this point any significant street lighting. So the lighting is really going to be limited to lighting that is associated with individual dwellings. So, a porch light or something of that nature. So we feel that that the lighting is handled, because again, the county's ordinance really addresses that pretty significantly. And
thank you. Yeah.
And also with respect to the wall, we are not in favor of a wall along that property boundary. But what I can tell you is that each of the homes has their own private courtyard walls. So that creates privacy not only for our residents, but it also enforces and preserves privacy for our neighbors to the east. But we do not feel like the sense of community and the sense of porosity and connectivity. And we're going to have a trail system that we would like that to be accessible to our neighbors. And if there's a wall, that really limits that level of accessibility. And walls sometimes attract some negative influence, whether it, around tagging or something of that nature. And so we do not feel in this instance that a wall is required, is necessary, and frankly, we do not feel it's appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you. Could you also just address what's being done about traffic on Rabbit Road? Because I'm sure that Rabbit Road will have an increase in traffic.
Yes, thank you. The traffic study that we did prepare did demonstrate that Rabbit Road will continue to operate acceptably. And the key thing about Rabbit Road is it is essentially being rebuilt as part of the Northeast Connector and Southeast Connector projects. And so that is a county project, and the whole intention of this is to support the county's primary growth area. So the design for Rabbit Road, there were several traffic studies that have been done that the Santa Fe County commissioned in terms of arriving at the proper design parameters for these public improvements. And those, so the Northeast Connector and the Southeast Connector are both being designed with the development of the community college district in mind.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think this is a very important project. I appreciate the very thoughtful design, the open space, the cluster, the walkability. And of course, we all know that we need a lot more housing in Santa Fe. We have so many people who commute here from Espanola and Rio Rancho who would, probably much rather live here. It'd be much better for the environment if people lived here. So my last question is, and you already addressed this, but what would the impact be of having a 200-foot buffer? I mean, would that put the project in jeopardy, or what would happen?
So it does actually put the project in jeopardy on a couple of points. 28 homes is not insignificant when we look at the economic realities of this project. And secondly, we actually have an obligation per the county code in the community college district that we have to have a minimum of 3.5 dwellings per acre. We're at 3.6 right now. And again, as I mentioned before, there is a fair amount of terrain in this area. This is not just a big flat prairie where we can just pick up units and relocate them at will. And our design has been incredibly intentional to work with the terrain. We would call this a terrain-based model. So we can preserve our open space and leave as much of it undisturbed as possible in its natural condition, and accommodating trail connections there. I mean, you could walk out of the back door of almost every home in this project and get to a trail. And so there's been so much thought that has gone into this in terms of creating a sustainable, walkable community. And this is a significant loss. And there, so, we don't want to get, I think that, as policymakers, I think the commission understands that decisions are made, and then to get into the mode of constantly kind of second guessing decisions. There was a community college district plan that the buffer thing was addressed. There were multiple public hearings and public outreach around this community college district plan. Again, there was a whole other very intense public process that went into the creation of the community college district ordinance. This buffer question has been addressed. And the direction that the ordinance went was to say there are certain uses and densities that aren't appropriate in these buffers. It was very intentional. If the ordinance contemplated no build zones, they would have said it should be a no build zone, but it's not what it says. So we believe our proposed compromise is fair and rational and goes so far beyond what the code even requires. I could stand here and say, we just want the opportunity to comply with the code as written. But we're not saying that. We're saying we recognize the concern of our neighbors. So we have gone beyond what staff even suggested and required originally, and created what we believe is fair, and it's a win-win. It allows this project to maintain its economic viability while also creating a significant open space buffer for our neighbors.
Well, thank you, Ms. Jenkins, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I just want to recognize that we do have Representative McQueen here today. So thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here in a professional capacity, though.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually also just wanted to express some of the things that Commissioner Hughes expressed in terms of the thoughtful design and the need for housing. And actually, frankly, I think the proposed compromise is very, very thoughtful and generous. Does that also limit the number of houses that you can construct in a way that's of a major concern?
Thank you, Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hamilton, and commissioners. We were able to jig things around a little bit, if that's a technical term. And
that's the technical term.
It does result in a loss of 4 homes, but,
okay, but that's more.
It is a loss of 4, which is way more manageable than 28. So
okay.
we can make that work.
So I actually think that is a very appealing compromise. And even if the chair stole my thunder, I was wondering if Mr. McQueen has any other things to contribute and that you would like to comment on.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, thank you for the opportunity. You know, I have worked in a professional capacity on this project for a long time. Ms. Jenkins gave you the history. And before that, you know, I did work on the Oshara Village project. So I think this is residential development where there's supposed to be residential development. And so I think this is a good project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, I'm going to go to other commissioners. Those were the commissioners that this project does reside in their district. Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you everyone from Oshara Village for your support of this project, that it was extremely important to me. I have a few questions about this. Santa Fe County has passed a protection of pollinators resolution. And your neighbors in Rancho Viejo have adopted the pollinator resolution and have their homeowners association. And so they are adopting that to plant pollinators in their open space and in their areas. And I want to make sure that that is something that you will take into consideration as you move forward.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Absolutely.
I know that there is some milkweed out there, and I hope that that won't be destroyed. But we'll be happy. Our sustainable division will be happy to share a list of pollinator landscaping plants that you can use. Next, I am a little concerned about the loss of the commercial property. I do understand the need for housing, but getting rid of 1 million acres or 1 million feet of commercial. I wanted to make sure that the areas for the school were still there on this plan, that there is still land for the schools and maybe possibly even land for a middle school. I believe there is land. I'm hoping there is land still for a elementary school.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen, Chair Roybal. So there is, the school site is still there, and that in terms of how that is developed, that is really going to be up for the public schools and their planning in terms of, are they looking at, because oftentimes they construct actually community schools that does go through 8th grade. So it's kindergarten through 8th. And so that seems to be the direction that the public schools are going as opposed to doing standalone middle schools. So I think that with respect to this school site, I think it's likely we may be looking at a community school.
Okay. You know, one of the great things that just happened in the legislature was that a community solar bill was passed. And so I am wondering if you are considering community solar for some of your affordable units that will be built in the community, so that they will have a lower utility rate.
We are considering all sustainable measures. This has getting through the conceptual plan amendment so we can move forward into that level of design has been our priority. And so there are a lot of different options that are on the table. And so we look forward to coming back to the commission with our preliminary subdivision plat application for our initial phase, where we will have those elements will be resolved and we can speak to them with more specificity. But all options are on the table.
Okay, that is good to hear. And then my last question is broadband. So I know that all the wires will be put underground, and so when you are putting in the underground wires, will you at least be putting in a conduit for broadband and making sure that the residents, by the elimination of the commercial space and the fact that people are working from home more, I think it is really important that we consider and make sure that people have access to broadband.
Yes.
Okay, and I am concerned about the dark sky ordinance, and I'm happy to hear that. I'm not particularly in favor of a wall. I do know that the houses will be walled, and so therefore that will create their own buffer, and I think that that is a good idea. I'm trying to look through my notes. Anyhow, I am disappointed that you are reducing the commercial space to such a large extent. But I also know that the need for affordable housing and the need for housing is also extremely great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. Nathan, very well job, how you presented it. Mrs. Jenkins, very well for you also. Did a great job. Mr. Grazer, Mr. McQueen, thank you for being involved in the projects in this area. Appreciate that and what you all do for the community. One of the other things is Mr. Borrego, Aaron Borrego. I've known that guy since he was a little guy. And hope your grandpa Placido Borrego is doing very well. That's a gentleman that actually is probably like 90 years old, and he still does a lot of stuff for the community. And that's one gentleman that is, like I said, 90 years old, and he still bucks bells of hay. Very strong man, very strong man. In regards to the CCD, SLDC, that's what the county actually approved developments in this area for growth in those areas, and so that's what we approved that we approved that for those areas. Also, another thing is in regards to the 3 mile sewer line. As we all know, we have a lot of money invested in the Quill plant, and if this developer actually is going to build and help out the Quill plant for the 3 mile sewer line, that's what we wanted in the SDLC area. And so I appreciate the developer coming forward and saying, we're actually going to build a sewer line to the Quill plant. In regards to the northeast southeast connector, I know the county has had some challenges in constructing that roadway, and we actually have an individual on staff these days who actually worked on that, and I'm proud that that individual is working for the county now because he has a lot of knowledge as to the design of that northeast southeast connector. And so yes, that has to get built and it has to get done, and it's going to get done. The county's had some challenges with the highway department, so on and so forth on that northeast southeast connector. In regarding to Oshara, which this is interesting. Oshara, I was there this weekend at barbecue for Oshara in Oshara. Beautiful subdivision, beautiful growth area, and Oshara is. I was there as Commissioner Hanson. You were part of this development back in the days before the 2009 market challenge. And but I was there this weekend at Oshara, and it's a beautiful subdivision. In regards to the schools, the school board, the schools, I I know how the school board works, and so in regards to Ms. Jenkins, as into having the site for the school boards, as into how the schools can accept it, will accept it, and yes, we actually need that because especially with the immigrant population in that area, as well as the individuals coming from Central America that our President Biden is dealing with, it's going to be a challenge for our schools to get some more property. And who's going to build a school? That's a whole different topic subject. And but yes, we need more schools for our students because now we have pre-K, and where are we going to, as school board leaders, where are we going to put them at? That's another challenge us into the facilities where we're going to put them at. Well taken, chapter 6, 8, as Nathan alluded to it. Understood, I understand it. And in regards to the 100-foot setback, is that part of staff's recommendation that we're okay with the 100-foot setback? Yes or no? Nathan, if you can please answer that, or Mrs. Jenkins, please. And with that, Mr. Chair, I don't have any additional questions. And with all due respect to Commissioner Hughes, this is his district. And once again, the SDLC, it's where the county commission approved growth for that area. And so, Nathan, if you can actually answer me the 100-foot setback, is that part of staff's questions? And that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that 100-foot setback is new to staff. We just learned about that today at today's meeting. We were going with the original amended condition approved by the Planning Commission in 2017. So any amendment to that condition would have to be done by the board, and we would also need an additional amendment to condition 13 to be in accordance with the 100-foot setback and proposed acreage per DU.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if I can just add to that. So originally staff was recommending a kind of a transitional buffer area with one dwelling unit per acre within that buffer zone. So that was staff's original condition, and the Planning Commission amended it to state that it be a no build area.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero and Mr. Manzanares. Are there any other questions? It looked like I saw Jennifer Jenkins hands on, but I also see Commissioner Hamilton's. Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, if Ms. Jenkins wanted to say something, because I would like to make a motion.
Yes, I'm going to go back to Ms. Jenkins.
It's okay. I can yield the floor. Thank you very much.
You sure? So I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the revised proposed compromise that Ms. Jenkins suggested with the 100-foot buffer.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hughes, as he is the other commissioner that this project resides in his district.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the village is in my district, but I think the buffer zone is in Commissioner Hamilton's district. So it's appropriate for her to make the motion about the buffer zone, if I'm correct on my map reading.
If you would like me to yield so you can make a motion, I would respectfully do that.
No, I think I like your motion. I would just amend it slightly to say that the 100-foot buffer zone will be planted with drought tolerant vegetation, if that's a acceptable addition to your motion.
Respectfully, Ms. Jenkins, is that in the plan?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hughes. That is acceptable.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear.
That is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I accept that as a friendly amendment to my motion. Are you seconding it?
Then I'm seconding it, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion with the compromise of the 100-foot setback, and also that we have drought resistant foliage planted within that area as well. So with that motion and second, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Mr. Chair and my fellow commissioner, yes, and thank you for the developer for working with the community. So my vote is yes as well. Thank you.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously. Thank you very much for everybody's comments tonight, and also for the developer working with the community. And also I'd like to thank staff for their hard work. Thank you very much.
So Mr. Chair, I have one more question. I think there were a number of other conditions that staff had that need to be included. So am I correct, Vicki, that you need a motion on all the other conditions? And then to accept your staff's conditions?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think, and Commissioner Hamilton can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the motion did include all this. Although I did want to mention that condition number 13 being that the BCC accepted the 100-foot buffer, that condition needs to be amended as well. To state a 100-foot, that the buffer area should be recorded on the conceptual plan, preliminary plat, and final plat.
Yes, clearly 13 would have to be amended.
Okay, so the motion was made for that buffer. Is that correct, Commissioner Hamilton?
That's correct. To revise what was on 13 to what was proposed during the meeting by Ms. Jenkins.
Okay. Yeah, I believe it was handled correctly. Attorney Schaefer, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's what I understood the motion and the maker and the seconder to be saying, is that they move to approve with staff conditions as modified, and with the additional caveat that the 100-foot no build area include drought tolerant vegetation.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Commissioner Hanson, are you okay with that?
I am.
Okay, so once again, thank you, and we're going to move on to our next case, and that is
Thank
going to
you
be.
all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next case, and that's case number 10-5366, St. Francis South Preliminary Plat Approval for Phase 1 through 4, and Final Plat Approval for Phases 1 and 2, Vegas Verdes Limited Liability Company applicant. We have Jenkins and Gavin Incorporated again, agent. Request preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4, which consists of 22 lots, and the final plat approval for phase 1 consisting of 4 lots, and phase 2 consisting of 8 lots on a 68.94 acres of St. Francis South mixed use subdivision. The applicant is also requesting the removal of a previously imposed condition by the Board of County Commissioners on the preliminary and final plat extension, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted. If the final plat of phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration, the property is located at 199 Rabbit Road via St. Francis Drive within Section 11, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, SDA 1, and this is in Commissioner District 4. And secondly, consideration and potential action on affordable housing agreement if preliminary and final plat approval is granted after public hearing. And from the case manager is Mr. Vicente Archuleta, and also want to say congratulations on your retirement, Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to give a little bit of the history. On September 16th, 2010, the County Development Review Committee recommended approval of a request for master plan zoning for a mixed-use subdivision consisting of 22 lots on 68.94 acres, more or less, with approximately 760,000 square feet of structures at full build-out. On December 14th, 2010, the Board of County Commissioners approved the master plan zoning for the mixed-use subdivision consisting of 22 lots on 69 acres. On January 14th, 2014, the BCC approved a request for master plat authorization to proceed with the creation of up to 22 mixed-use lots on 69 acres. On March 21st, 2017, the Santa Fe County Hearing Officer recommended approval of a variance request to reduce the width of the right-of-way for the loop road within the subdivision to 70 feet. On May 18th, 2017, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission approved the variance request, excuse me, to reduce the right-of-way width of the internal road to 70 feet. On July 11th, 2017, the Board of County Commissioners approved preliminary plat for phases 1 through 4 and final plat for phase 1 and 2. On September 13th, 2017, the final order was recorded under instrument number 1836040 in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. On August 13th, 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved a time extension of the previous preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4, consisting of 22 lots, and final plat approval of phase 1 consisting of 4 lots and phase 2 consisting of 8 lots on 68.94 acres, which would expire on September 13th, 2020. On October 10th, 2019, the final order was recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office. The final plat was not recorded, therefore the project expired. The master plan, which was approved in 2010, was approved as a mixed-use subdivision with commercial, community service, and a residential component. At the time the BCC approved the master plan in 2010, non-residential uses were not allowed in this area unless it was part of a mixed-use development. Under the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, the St. Francis South development was designated as an existing planned development district. For Chapter 8, Section 810.10.2, the St. Francis South development shall be developed in accordance with and governed by and restricted to the densities, uses, and conditions identified on the approved master plan, plat, or development plan. Therefore, an amended master plan conceptual plan is not required. Applicant is now resubmitting a request for approval of the preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4, which consists of the 22 lots, and final plat approval of phase 1 consisting of 4 lots and phase 2 consisting of 8 lots, which was approved by the BCC in the previous application. The applicant is also requesting the removal of a previously imposed condition by the BCC on the preliminary and final plat extension, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted if the final plat for phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration. Summary. The applicant has resubmitted the same application that was approved in 2017, with the exception of an additional request for the removal of the previously imposed condition by the BCC on the preliminary and final plat extension, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted if final plat for phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration. The prior application which was approved by the BCC on July 11, 2017 for preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4 and final plat approval for phase 1 and phase 2 on 68.94 acres of the St. Francis South subdivision. The applicant is also requesting the removal of the condition on the preliminary and final plat extension, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted if the final plat for phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration. The site for the development is located in SDA 1 within a planned development district in Santa Fe County, in the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, which requires residential uses and allows commercial, retail, recreational, community, and employment uses. The application was reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards set forth in the SLDC as follows: environmental impact report, adequate public facilities and services assessment, water service availability report, traffic impact assessment, access and road design standards, fire protection, landscaping and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, operation and maintenance of common improvements, and affordable housing. Commissioners, in regards to water, in preparing for tonight's public hearing, it was discovered that the county utility line extension and service agreement included in your packet automatically terminated when the previously approved final plat for phase 1 was not timely recorded. Section 5.8.4.5.2 of the SLDC provides that for subdivisions connecting to the county, a public or publicly regulated water or wastewater system, a water delivery agreement, or a wastewater collection agreement, which shall include provisions governing any required water or wastewater line extension, shall be entered into at or prior to final plat approval by the board. The county utility director would support entering into a new utility line extension and service agreement with certain modifications. Accordingly, under these unique circumstances, county staff would recommend that the BCC condition its approval on a new utility line extension and service agreement being entered into by June 15th, 2020, and prior to the board's adoption of its final order. Since the adoption of the final order rather than tonight's vote constitutes final plat approval, this would comply with section 5.8.4.5.2 of the SLDC. Conversely, if a utility line extension and service agreement is not timely entered into, then the application would be denied for failure to comply with section 5.8.4.5.2. Okay, removal of the condition. This application includes a request for the removal of a previously imposed condition by the BCC, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted if the final plat for phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration. Upon review of the SLDC, this condition is not in accordance with the SLDC as a development is listed in section 8.10.10.9. This section allows the development to be built out in accordance with and governed by the approved master plan. A new conceptual plan would only be required if there is a change or expansion from what the approved master plan shows. Therefore, staff recommends the removal of this condition. Recommendation. Building and Development Services staff reviewed this project for compliance with conditions of the preliminary and final plat approval and for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements, and find that the facts presented support the applicant's request for preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4, which consists of the 22 lots, and final plat approval of phase 1 consisting of 4 lots, and phase 2 consisting of 8 lots, and the applicant's request for the removal of a previously imposed condition by the BCC and final plat extension on the preliminary and final plat extension, which required a new conceptual plan application to be submitted if the final plat for phase 1 was not recorded prior to its expiration. And 2, consideration and potential action on an affordable housing agreement if preliminary and final plat approval is granted after public hearing. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the conditions as listed in the staff report with the following amendments. May I enter those conditions into the record, and then I will read the amendments.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following amendments are to be, are going to be the amendments, excuse me. Removal of condition number 20. The developer has satisfied the requirement for 30% open space in phases 1 and 2. And staff recommends a modification to condition number 23 to state maintenance of on-site roads and trails must be included in the operations and maintenance agreement. The roundabout and all off-site road improvements shall be accepted by NMDOT for maintenance. And staff would like to add condition number 25. A new utility line extension and service agreement shall be entered into by June 15th, 2021, and prior to the board's adoption of its final order on the application. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand for questions.
Thank you, Vicente. Do we have questions from the board?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, can we hear from the applicant as well?
Yes, I'm going to go to the applicant first, and then also I did want to mention that this is actually in District 4, so I'll go to that commissioner first. So can we hear from the applicant, Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, thank you, Chair Roybal, commissioners. Hello again. I believe I'm still sworn. Is that correct, Karen?
That is correct. Thank you for asking.
Great, thank you. So good evening. I'm Jennifer Jenkins again. I'm still with Jenkins Gavin. I'm here this evening on behalf of Vegas Verde LLC in request for subdivision plat approval for the St. Francis South project. I will once again share my screen, and I got to figure out which screen I want to share here. There we go.
Mr. Chair, did you actually share the picture of your family with us? Is that what you're trying to share?
that was my family. I thought the presentation was already pulled up, but apparently it was not. So I'll just go over this really quickly. I think Vicente covered this really thoroughly. The request before you this evening is for a preliminary subdivision plat approval for all 4 phases of the project comprising 22 lots, and a final plat approval for the first 2 phases comprising 12 lots. And as Vicente mentioned also, we had a plat approval previously in 2017. Then we came into the board and requested a 1-year time extension, which was approved. And at that time, a new condition was added by the board stating that if you don't record this plat, you need to come back with a new conceptual plan. And so, as Vicente stated, staff determined that that is actually inconsistent with the SLDC, because this project has an approved master plan that is the basis for the planned development district zoning that was assigned to this property when the SLDC was adopted. Basically, the SLDC kind of adopts that master plan wholesale, so the master plan really serves as the guide for our zoning and what we're permitted to do with the property. So staff determined that condition was inconsistent with the SLDC, and that's why we're asking that to be removed this evening. So again, as the background, the BCC approved the master plan for a large-scale mixed-use project on this property back in 2010. And as we mentioned, we had a plat approval in 2017, and after significant efforts, not only on our part, but on the part of your staff who did an amazing job, we ran into some challenges with the DOT regarding the roundabout that we are constructing in phase 1 of the project, as far as getting that approval memorialized. And we, after concerted effort, we were not able to get the plat approved prior to its expiration. After a lot of effort and work. And so we are here essentially with the exact same request that was already approved in 2017. So this is the subject property. It's about 68 acres, and it is located at the southwest corner of Interstate 25 and St. Francis Drive. So this is St. Francis here, where it dead ends into Rabbit Road. This is Rabbit Road heading out to the Community College District, which we just spent quite a bit of time talking about. And then this is the railroad tracks and the rail trail here. And then of course the I-25 interchange with St. Francis. This is the master plan that was approved in 2010. Our design is essentially, you know, it's identical to the master plan that was already approved. So we are very consistent with what was previously approved. The lot layout and lot lines are a little bit different, but we still have, you know, the loop road that connects into Rabbit Road in 2 locations, and which in this design for our improvements in Rabbit Road have been approved by the Department of Transportation this time, which is fantastic. So as part of the master plan, there were a list of permissible uses. We were designated at that time as a large-scale mixed-use project, and these are the types of uses that are permissible. Obviously, as a mixed-use project, we have an obligation to incorporate residential into the development. That could be multifamily, senior housing, could be live work, all types of housing is permissible in the project. Educational uses are permissible, government services, medical, you know, public, you know, accommodations, whether it be a conference center or hotel, neighborhood service establishments, of course, offices, including, you know, medical type offices, and light industrial type uses. And then you can see kind of miscellaneous different types of studios, veterinarian clinics, greenhouses, things of that nature. So this is the site plan currently as contemplated. And as I mentioned, we are doing fairly significant improvements to Rabbit Road, which is sort of going to dovetail with the county's Northeast Connector project. Since this is our first phase here in our southwest corner, a condition that was imposed in 2017 is that we do construct a roundabout at this intersection at our first phase, which we are doing. And this is our west entry. So as our initial phase, we'll be building, you know, the initial part of this loop road to serve phases 1 and 2. And then as we move forward with phase 3, we will complete the construction of the loop road, which will intersect with Rabbit Road here. And this is a limited access intersection that will allow right turns in, it will allow right turns out, and it will allow left turns in. It will not allow left turns out heading towards St. Francis. That would require people to utilize the roundabout to head east towards St. Francis. And that's just because of the proximity. The left turn out is not considered a safe turning movement due to its proximity to St. Francis. So that's why the roundabout is such a great improvement in this location. And you can see we have, you know, cul-de-sacs that are proposed to serve the lots that don't have direct frontage on the loop road. As also Vicente mentioned, we are providing 30% open space. We have a 100-foot open space, which is a open space no build area, all along our north boundary, our west boundary, and our boundary along Rabbit Road. And then it narrows up to 50 feet here along St. Francis Drive. And previously, Vicente mentioned that we did get a variance for the right-of-way width for our internal loop road with our last plat submittal, but we did not bring that variance request forward as part of this plat submittal. So there is no variance request as part of this application. So this will be a 120-foot access easement as required by the SLDC. So this is the phasing plan. You can see our first 4 lots here on the west side. And then we have phase 2 kind of in what we call the kind of the donut hole in the interior of the loop road. We have phase 3 to the north, and then we have phase 4 to the east. So this is just kind of zooming in on the improvements that will be constructed to Rabbit Road. Our first phase is in this area here, obviously with the roundabout and all of those associated improvements. And then when we move forward, the second phase of the improvements with the connection of the east end of the loop road, we will have our new left turn lane and our new right turn lane and new median improvements in Rabbit Road. So this shows the section of Rabbit Road. So we have sidewalk, we have a landscape buffer, we have bike lane, and then we have the travel lane, and then we have the median. So, so with that, I do have a couple of comments regarding a couple of conditions of approval as proposed by staff. And the first one I would like to speak to is condition number 2. Condition number 2 states that in order to comply with the mixed use requirement of this development, residential or community service uses will be required in each phase of the development. We are not in agreement with this condition because it is inconsistent with our approved master plan and it is inconsistent with the SLDC. We already saw earlier this evening that staff and us as the applicant are requesting removal of a condition because it is inconsistent with the SLDC. And so we shouldn't be imposing conditions that are inconsistent with the SLDC and our approved master plan, which is essentially our primary zoning document that governs use of the property. This is a mixed use project. Absolutely, we are required to have a residential element. There is an affordable housing agreement in your packet that lays out how the affordable housing is to be implemented as part of this project. That is a contractual agreement with Santa Fe County that requires this affordable housing contribution from us. And this project is significant in scope and it is driven by the market. We can't make something happen if the timing is not right. We absolutely could have residential in our first phase, but we might not have residential in our first phase. With a project of this scope and this, economic impact, we need to be able to be nimble. We have to be able to respond meaningfully to market conditions. And we absolutely recognize that that residential is part of this. It's been part of it from the beginning, and there in no way are we looking to get out from under that requirement. We just need to be able to move forward developing this project in accordance with our master plan and in accordance with the SLDC. And I would be happy to answer any additional questions about that as we move toward deliberation. Condition number 18 references the fact that in the SLDC, when you have a non-residential use adjacent to existing residential uses, you have to provide a 25-foot landscape buffer, and you also have to provide some sort of screening that is 6 feet tall, whether that be landscaping or fencing or something of that nature. So staff is referring to this area on our west side. We do have a couple of residential neighbors here. We have a 100-foot open space buffer here. And staff is asking us to build screening as part of the infrastructure when we're doing roads and utilities. However, let's say lot 1 develops with a residential project, then the screening wouldn't even be required. So what we are asking for just a very minor modification to condition number 18 that says, yes, we recognize that screening is required per the SLDC, but the screening should be constructed at the time these lots are developed. So the screening can respond to what is that particular project, what is the architectural design of that project, what's the use of that project. Because if we go in and build screening here and then we end up with residential development on the west side, then the screening wouldn't have been required. So all we're asking is number 18 is that condition be modified, that screening shall be provided on the west boundary in accordance with the SLDC. And we're happy to agree to that. We are aware of the requirement. It just does not seem appropriate to require it to be developed prior to lot development. And I believe lastly is condition number 19, which speaks to a trail along Rabbit Road shall be constructed in phase 1. So originally in this sort of 100-foot open space buffer adjacent to Wagon Road, we were originally proposing a trail here that would connect to the rail trail. When the Department of Transportation was reviewing our design for the roundabout and the improvements to Rabbit Road, because this Rabbit Road is still under the jurisdiction of the Department of Transportation. They asked us to, originally a sidewalk was not proposed as part of that section. They asked us to incorporate a sidewalk. And we said, you know, we're already doing a trail, and we tried to convince them that, you know, we thought maybe the trail was a better option, but they insisted on incorporating a sidewalk. So we have a bike lane and a sidewalk along Rabbit Road, which serves that multimodal purpose. So when we submitted this application to Santa Fe County, it did not include the trail along the open space because we are accommodating pedestrians and cyclists within the Rabbit Road improvements. And so I would ask for condition number 19 to be removed. And I'd be happy to ask, because again, the submittal that is before the county right now does not include a trail in that area. So with that, I complete my presentation. And again, thank you for your attention. And I'd be happy to stand for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Okay, so this is a public hearing. So I'm going to go to the public. Tessa Jo, how many people from the public do we have signed up to speak on this item?
I do not have any on this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission in opposition or support of this case number? If there is, if you can mute yourself, if you're a call-in on the phone, it's *6, and if you actually are joined with a laptop or an iPad, you just have to hit the unmute. So is there anybody from the public? Just please state your name. Okay, I want to ask once again, is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this case number 10-5366? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment and I'm going to go to commissioners. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton. Is this her district? I'll go first and then I'll go to Commissioner Hansen after.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't have any questions, and frankly, I don't have any problem with the requests that were made for the small modifications to the applicant's requirements. I think the rationale was for 2, 18, and 19. I think the rationale was quite reasonable. Mr. Archuleta, if you or Vicky, if you have any issues, could you express them about some of those changes? Vicky, I see you wanted to say something. I'd like to hear your input at this point.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I would like to address the conditions that the applicant or the agent pointed out. In regards to condition number 2, in order to comply with the mixed use requirement of this development,
Vicky, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know what the problem is.
I'm sorry.
It's like, I think there's feedback from someplace else. I'm going to mute and see if that helps.
Can you hear me any better now, Madam
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So in regards to condition number 2, the master plan, which was approved in 2010, was approved as a mixed-use subdivision. It was approved under the 1996 Land Development Code, and at that time, non-residential uses were not allowed within this location or in this area. So the way that they got their master plan approved for mixed use was to have a residential component as part of that master plan. So in order to comply with the master plan and with the rationale for their master plan approval, we would recommend that they did have a non-residential component as part of each phase to ensure that if future phases do not get developed, that we did in fact get the residential component that was required of a mixed-use development at that time. In regards to condition number 18, what we would like to see is consistency. The developer has not identified or designated the residential lots at this time. If they choose to do so, I think we can amend that condition. But what we would like to see is, we don't want to see a gap. We don't want to see one lot come in and do a stucco wall, the next lot come in and do a separate, a brick wall, and just various types of developments. We want to see consistency throughout as far as the buffer zone goes. If the developer would like to come in and design and locate the wall now so that it would be consistent on each lot, then that is something we could consider. Otherwise, we believe that condition should remain as stated there. As far as condition number 19, I agree with the applicant. They did modify their request, so staff wouldn't have an issue in modifying that condition to state that the sidewalk/trail along Rabbit Road shall be constructed with phase 1. Basically the sidewalk serves the same purpose as the trail, so we're not going to require them to do an additional trail besides the sidewalk. So with that, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I would stand for any other questions.
Okay. I'm not sure what to ask between 2 and 18. Ms. Jenkins, do you have some other thoughts? Because there's somehow there's something that I'm not getting 2 and 2 to add up to 4 here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton, Chair Roybal, and Commissioners. So with respect to number 18, with respect to the screening, we would be happy to agree to consistency. So for example, let's say the lot at the southwest corner develops in a non-residential fashion that requires screening of some sort, and then the next lot to the north develops whatever, if they also are required to have screening, then that would have to be consistent with what was proposed. So I would be happy with a condition that could actually be placed on the subdivision plat, that where screening is required by the SLDC on the west boundary, because those are the only residential uses that we're adjacent to, that screening shall be consistent in materials, height, design, something of that nature. I totally agree. I do not disagree with Ms. Lucero at all that an aesthetic and design consistency would be important, and we'd be happy to agree to that. And we would like the opportunity for that design and that to be implemented as part of lot development.
And do I have it correct that the screening is not required to separate if there are residences built there from the outside residence? It's only required if it's commercial developed there to screen for the pre-existing residential?
Yes, that is correct.
That is outside of the development area?
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner Hamilton.
Ms. Lucero, is that what, would that address the department's concerns?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think that does address some of our concerns. Initially, I think, because this is required as part of the subdivision, that screening requirement should be imposed on the actual developer. But if it's, the desire of the board to have that as a condition, that it be developed consistently as each lot comes in, then I think that would be fine.
I don't know. I just wanted to get the questions on the table. I'll yield time now to other commissioners that might have questions.
If I may, Commissioner Hamilton, you
Yeah,
also
please.
asked about condition number 2.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So I think the key thing to remember here, I think, is that, yes, we have a mixed use requirement and obligation. It's part of our master plan. We have no room to get out from underneath that. It's part of the project. It has always been part of the project. But it has never been contemplated a requirement that there be a residential component in every phase. Ever. And that is a very significant concern in terms of maintaining viability as this project moves forward. I could have one townhome project or a one live work project, or I could have one senior housing project. Any of those projects in and of themselves satisfies my mixed use requirement. Half of this project could be developed as residential. And we all know that there's a lot of demand for residential right now, right? But we need to be nimble and we need the flexibility. We have a very extensive permissible use list. And, but one residential project checks the box, or we would be fully compliant with our designation as a large-scale mixed-use project. That is the critical piece to be understood here.
Mr. Chair, just on that note, if I may, this is Rudy.
Well, Vicki, what do you think of, I mean, do you have anything further to say? Because frankly, I obviously personally can't speak to, what was at the beginning, intended at the beginning, but it certainly sounds reasonable if it was mixed use across the whole thing, that imposing a phase by phase requirement is more than what would be more than what was originally intended.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I don't think that there was ever a set amount of residential that was required as part of this application. The intention was to have a mixed use development so that there was a residential component. Our concern is that these two phases get developed without that, and then the next phase of development, for whatever reason, doesn't come in, and we never get our true mixed use development, and it turns out to be nothing but non-residential uses. So that's what our main concern is.
I understand. Ms. Jenkins, can you make a comment about that?
I mean, if nobody can predict the future, I mean, there is a certain amount with any project, anticipating that a future phase could be delayed or something of that nature. But this project is going to be governed by this master plan forever. It is identified in the SLDC as a planned development district based upon this master plan. We are called out. This master plan runs with the land. So if my client doesn't develop phase 3, somebody's going to develop phase 3. It's not going to be vacant forever. It's at an interstate, at an interchange. It's, then we're going to have all the new improvements to the Northeast Connector. This is not going to remain empty. And so when we get to a point, if somebody's coming in with the 4th phase to plat the 4th phase, and there has been no residential development in the first 3 phases, which I think is highly unlikely, then the county is absolutely in a position to say, what's your residential element? You have to have a residential component in phase 4, right? That is absolutely appropriate leverage for the county to insist upon that in order to ensure the property is developed in accordance with this master plan. So this master plan is not going anywhere. And if somebody wants to come in and try to change it, they're in front of this body to do so. And so to require it in every single phase, it's an unreasonable burden to say, oh, we got to just invent some residential project over here. We have no desire. We have nobody who wants to come in and build senior housing, or we have nobody who wants to come in and build live work. But I guess we're going to have to figure it out, because we got to do it in every phase. And so that is not a reasonable way for a project of this scope to be developed and respond meaningfully to the market.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, if you're speaking, you're muted. Oh, there he goes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Commissioner, I know Commissioner Garcia had a comment relative to one of the points that you made, and then I know that I was going to
I think
Commissioner
Commissioner
Hansen.
Hansen had.
Yeah.
I've had my hand up since the beginning.
Yeah, and if I'll go ahead and go to you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Garcia, if you just hold on to that, it would be a little bit easier if I could see you when you have your hand up. So but if we could try and do that, but I'll go ahead and go to Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins, and Vicki, for your comments. You have been working with DOT, and they have approved the roundabout, the sidewalk, the bike lane, all along that. So that will be that improvement from the railroad tracks to the intersection of St. Francis. What will happen at the intersection of St. Francis and Rabbit Road? You're muted.
My apologies. Thank you, Commissioner Hansen, Chair Roybal, and Commissioners. So at this time, there are no improvements proposed at the intersection of St. Francis Drive and Rabbit Road. Our traffic study indicated that it will continue to operate at acceptable levels of service. And so through the review from Santa Fe County Public Works, as well as the DOT review, there are no required improvements to that intersection at this time.
That's unfortunate. Okay. Then with the utility line, what is happening? Would you repeat what is happening with the new utility line? Are you still depending on city connection?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. We are connecting, since there are no county facilities in this vicinity. We received approval quite a few years ago to connect to the city's wastewater and water infrastructure on the other side of I-25 within the Rodeo Business Park. And that is still the plan.
And so then what does it mean that if you don't get a new conceptual plan?
So when we, Commissioner Hansen and Chair Roybal and Commissioners, so we have an existing master plan, which under the current code is referred to as a conceptual plan. And that master plan was essentially adopted as the basis for our planned development district zoning. So when the SLDC zoning map was adopted, the county looked countywide at existing approved master plans. And those projects, like Bishop's Lodge as an example, had an existing approved master plan. There really wasn't a zoning category that fit perfectly with what was proposed there. So the county took a variety, I'm not sure, I think there's like 10 of them. Maybe Vicki could correct me. I think there's around 10 or 12 existing master plans that the county said, we're creating planned development district zoning for these master plans, and development of these projects will continue into the future to be done in accordance with their existing valid master plans. So that is our situation with St. Francis South, as well as a handful of other projects in the county. So when the time extension for the previous plat approval was approved, and a new condition of approval was added by the board that says, if this plat expires, you need to come back with a new conceptual plan. And then after further research and review, Ms. Ellis Green reached out to me as we were coming in with this new subdivision application. She goes, no, I've looked at the code, and that is because we're a PD based upon this valid master plan. She goes, I do not believe that a new conceptual plan would be required in accordance with the SLDC. So she recommended, she goes, why don't we just request that that condition be removed when we come in with the new subdivision plan?
Thank you for that explanation. And then there was an additional condition, number 25. Would you repeat that, Vicky or Vicente?
Yes.
Whoever's speaking, you're muted.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, number 25, condition number 25 shall read, a new utility line extension and service agreement shall be entered into by June 15th, 2021, and prior to the board's adoption of its final order on this application.
Okay, I'm good with that. Now I want to go back to this residential issue because I have mixed feelings both ways about this, Ms. Jenkins. One, we are in a desperate need for residential components and residential and affordable housing. How much affordable housing will you be building in this development?
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So that is a really interesting question. So right now, all that we are is a 22 lot mixed use subdivision. As far as how these individual lots are to be developed is going to be, that development will be governed by our master plan in terms of what's permissible. But our effort now is create the parcels so we can market them and bring users to the project and build the infrastructure. It's very difficult to market these parcels without access, without roads and access and utilities and all of that. So getting the infrastructure built is the first step and the priority. As a 22 lot subdivision, the county code says at 22 lots, you have an 8% affordable housing requirement. So for us, that would be 2 lots would be developed with affordable homes. So that is what our affordable housing agreement says, because we're a 22 lot subdivision. So 2 of those lots would have to be constructed with affordable homes. Now we fully anticipate there will be significantly more affordable housing than that, because we are going, there could be, like I said, there could be a residential, subdivision, there could be townhomes, there could be live work, there could be all types of different housing types. And those projects in and of themselves are going to be subject to the county's affordable housing regulations. So, but we just don't know what those projects are today. So this is something that's going to be evolving over time. At a bare minimum, we have, based on our 22 lots, we have a 2 home requirement in accordance with the code that is memorialized in our affordable housing agreement that's in your packet. But as these projects develop, then we're saying, hey, we're doing this really cool townhome compound over here, and maybe it's going to have some live work in there. And then we will develop a new affordable housing agreement with Santa Fe County for that particular project to comply with the ordinance.
So, yeah, I can't imagine you're going to give up a huge lot and put one affordable housing unit on it.
No, of course not.
I mean, that does not make sense. But if you had, so how many homes can you have on each of these lots?
So the base zoning in the planned development district is 1 dwelling per acre. That's what the PD district permits.
And you have 68 acres.
Correct.
So what is your commercial going to look like?
It's going to be a variety of things. We've been in dialogue. Right now, we're in dialogue with some significant medical users who have a beautiful kind of campus in mind for a portion of the property. And so that we think is going to be our initial step forward as far as the initial commercial development.
Okay, and I'm going to remind you about the protection of pollinators and
Yes.
Continuing, and then I'm also going to remind you about the community solar or making this also a sustainable development as much as possible.
Yes, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Yes, we all of those elements again are to be incorporated as we move forward with vertical development.
Okay. Thank you for answering those questions. I don't have any really suggestions for you, Commissioner Hamilton, at the moment. I do agree with the consistency on number 18, that the screening be consistent. The residential on number 2, considering that they have 1 acre for residential per dwelling, so we could have only basically 22 residential lots. We could only have, 22, there's 22 lots, right?
That is correct.
So we could end up with only 22 houses if we followed this in order to comply with the mixed use requirement of this development. Residential or community services uses will be required in each phase of the development. So you can't have any more than 1 house per acre.
That's in accordance with the code. That is the maximum permissible density under the code is under the base density is 1 dwelling per acre. If you acquire TDRs or transfer of development rights, the density can be increased from there.
Okay. Are you looking at getting TDRs?
We have been following that program very, very closely and a lot of communications with the planning department around the TDR bank and tracking this very closely. I think TDRs are a possibility for this project. Based upon the current ordinance, I don't think that the economics of the TDR program, as far as the numbers that we've run, it doesn't really work. I know the county is considering some potential amendments to the program, which we would be happy to participate in and support that effort any way we can, as people in the private sector who have to implement this. So that is a possibility, but under the current regulations, it's difficult to make that pencil.
Okay, I will leave it there for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
No, I don't have no questions, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Oh, I just want to make a point. I know, Vicente, you're there listening, and as the chairman said, congratulations really quick, Vicente, and great job. But other than that, Mr. Chair, I don't have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if there's a way to compromise on number 2, which I'm sure nobody will like this idea, but I'll throw it out there anyway, because I think we want to get things moving along. What if we just required residential in phase 1? In other words, we just change, rather than saying each phase has to have residential, what if we just said the first phase to be developed had to have residential? Whether that would work with staff and the developer.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So I understand your idea, but considering that they are only required to have 1 house, so to speak, per lot, and they have 22 lots, if we put that kind of requirement on them, that would mean they could build one house and have fulfilled the requirement. And that doesn't really work for me because I would really like to see a senior living situation here. They could even do a multi-use complex here. I mean, that seems like a very limiting position to put ourselves in.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess, I mean, I'm envisioning a senior housing development as well, not just one house. But they could put one house in each phase and then we'd get 4 houses. So that's not very many either. I don't know. I guess I would ask Vicky if there's any compromise on number 2 or whether we should just stick with number 2 the way it's written.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, as I mentioned before, our main concern is that there is a residential component to the development. Does it necessarily have to happen in each phase? Not necessarily. That wasn't a requirement of the master plan that there be residential in each phase, but we do want to just make sure that we do get our residential component in the event that future phases are not built out or don't get built out for 20 years.
Right. So is there a way to reword number 2 so it says what you just said? Or does number 2 say what you said already?
Well, I think that we, if the board would like to change that, I wouldn't disagree with the requirement for residential in phase 1. I understand that you don't want to have them do just one dwelling unit. So if the board wants to modify that condition to have some, to say something like multifamily residential, that would be up to the board. The code doesn't really address, how much residential has to be implemented as part of as part of a mixed use development.
Yeah,
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Jenkins
you.
wants to respond, I think.
Actually,
Yes, and also Commissioner Hamilton had her hand up as
Commissioner
well.
Hamilton, would you like,
So-
you obviously can go first. Yes.
Oh, no, this time you should go first. It's
Who wants
trades.
to go first? Okay. So thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. So the thing that we have to be cautious about is, especially with a project of this scope and the level of investment involved, is getting overly prescriptive. And then we get into a situation where it kind of handicaps the project in terms of how it can move forward. The whole intent of this project was to be an economic driver for Santa Fe County. And we really want to fulfill that. And we are on the cusp, finally, of fulfilling that after a lot of years and a lot of effort, not only on our part, but on the part of Santa Fe County. And as I mentioned before, a condition that says that that there has to be a residential component, and and phase 4 cannot move forward unless if there has not previously been a residential component in the previous phases. Phase 4 cannot move forward until, as part of that platting of phase 4, you say, here's my residential project. So that can be memorialized on the plat for phase 4. That is an appropriate condition, and we're